CHAPTER XIV The Mutiny. I was used to sleep at night as sweetly as a child. Now if the wind blew rough, it made me start, and think of my poor boy tossing about upon the roaring seas; and then I seemed to feel that it was hard to take him from me for such a little fault. Southey. It was a comfort to Margaret about this time to find that her mother drew more tenderly and intimately towards her than she had ever done since the days of her childhood. She took her to her heart as a confidential friend, the post Margaret had always longed to fill, and had envied Dixon for being preferred to. Margaret took pains to respond to every call made upon her for sympathy, and there were many, even when they bore relation to trifles, which she no more would have noticed or regarded herself than the elephant would perceive the little pin at his feet, which yet he lifts carefully up at the bidding of his keeper. All unconsciously Margaret drew near to a reward. One evening, Mr. Hale being absent, her mother began to talk to her about her brother Frederick, the very subject on which Margaret had longed to ask questions, and almost the only one on which her timidity overcame her natural openness. The more she wanted to hear about him, the less likely she was to speak. "Oh, Margaret, it was so windy last night. It came howling down the chimney in our room. I could not sleep. I never can when there is such a terrible wind. I got into a wakeful habit when poor Frederick was at sea; and now, even if I don't waken all at once, I dream of him in some stormy sea, with great, clear, glass green walls of waves on either side of his ship, but far higher than her very masts, curling over her with that cruel, terrible white foam, like some gigantic crested serpent. It is an old dream, but it always comes back on windy nights, till I am thankful to waken, sitting straight and stiff up in bed with my terror. Poor Frederick! He is on land now, so wind can do him no harm, though I did think it might shake down some of those tall chimneys." "Where is Frederick now, mamma? Our letters are directed to the care of Messrs. Barbour, at Cadiz, I know; but where is he himself?" "I can't remember the name of the place, but he is not called Hale. You must remember that, Margaret. Notice the F.D. in every corner of the letters. He has taken the name of Dickinson. I wanted him to be called Beresford, to which he had a kind of a right, but your father thought he had better not. He might be recognised, you know, if he were called by my name." "Mamma," said Margaret, "I was at Aunt Shaw's when it all happened, and I suppose I was not old enough to be told plainly about it. But I should like to know now, if I may, if it does not give you too much pain to speak about it." "Pain! No," replied Mrs. Hale, her cheeks flushing. "Yet it is pain to think that perhaps I may never see my darling boy again. Or else he did right, Margaret. They may say what they like, but I have his own letters to show, and I'll believe him, though he is my son, sooner than any court martial on earth. Go to my little Japan cabinet, dear, and in the second left hand drawer you will find a packet of letters." Margaret went. There were the yellow, sea stained letters, with the peculiar fragrance which ocean letters have. Margaret carried them back to her mother, who untied the silken string with trembling fingers, and, examining their dates, she gave them to Margaret to read, making her hurried, anxious remarks on their contents, almost before her daughter could have understood what they were. "You see, Margaret, how from the very first he disliked Captain Reid. He was second lieutenant in the ship, the Orion, in which Frederick sailed the very first time. Poor little fellow! How well he looked in his midshipman's dress, with his dirk in his hand, cutting open all the newspapers with it as if it were a paper knife. But this Mr. Reid, as he was then, seemed to take a dislike to Frederick from the very beginning. And then, stay, these are the letters he wrote on board the Russell, when he was appointed to her, and found his old enemy Captain Reid in command. He did mean to bear all his tyranny patiently. Look, this is the letter. Just read it, Margaret. Where is it he says, stop, 'My father may rely upon me, that I will bear with all proper patience everything that one officer and gentleman can take from another. But from my former knowledge of my present captain, I confess I look forward with apprehension to a long cruise of tyranny on board the Russell. You see, he promises to bear patiently, and I am sure he did, for he was the sweetest tempered boy, when he was not vexed, that could possibly be. Is that the letter in which he speaks of Captain Reed's impatience with the men, for not going through the ship's manoeuvres as quickly as the Avenger? You see, he says that they had many new hands on board the Russell, while the Avenger had been nearly 3 years on the station, with nothing to do but keep slavers off, and work her men till they ran up and down the rigging like rats or monkeys." Margaret slowly read the letter, half illegible, through the fading of the ink. It might be, it probably was, a statement of Captain Reed's imperiousness in trifles, very much exaggerated by the narrator, who had written it while fresh and warm from the scene of altercation. Some sailors being aloft in the main topsail rigging, the captain had ordered them to race down, threatening the hindmost with the cat o' nine tails. He who was furthest on the spar, feeling the impossibility of passing his companions, and yet passionately dreading the disgrace of the flogging, threw himself desperately down to catch a rope considerably lower, failed, and fell senseless on the deck. He only survived for a few hours afterwards, and the indignation of the ship's crew was at a boiling point when young Hale wrote: "But we did not receive this letter till long, long after we heard of the mutiny. Poor Fred! I dare say it was a comfort to him to write it even though he could not have known how to send it, poor fellow. And then we saw a report in the papers, that's to say, long before Fred's letter reached us, of an atrocious mutiny having broken out on board the Russell, and that the mutineers had remained in possession of the ship, which had gone off, it was supposed, to be a pirate, and that Captain Reed was sent adrift in a boat with some men, officers or something, whose names were all given, for they were picked up by a West Indian steamer. Oh, Margaret, how your father and I turned sick over that list, when there was no name of Frederick Hale. We thought it must be some mistake, for poor Fred was such a fine fellow, only perhaps rather too passionate, and we hoped that the name of Carr, which was in the list, was a misprint for that of Hale. Newspapers are so careless. And towards post time the next day, papa set off to walk to Southampton to get the papers, and I could not stop at home, so I went to meet him. He was very late, much later than I thought he would have been, and I sat down under a hedge to wait for him. He came at last, his arms hanging loose down, his head sunk, and walking heavily along, as if every step was a labour and a trouble. Margaret, I see him now." "Don't go on, mamma. I can understand it all," said Margaret, leaning up caressingly against her mother's side, and kissing her hand. "No, you can't, Margaret. No one can who did not see him then. I could hardly lift myself up to go and meet him. Everything seemed so to reel around me at once. And when I got to him, he did not speak, or seem surprised to see me there, more than 3 miles from home, beside the oldham beech tree. But he put my arm in his, and kept stroking my hand, as if he wanted to soothe me to be very quiet under some great heavy blow. And when I trembled so all over that I could not speak, he took me in his arms, and stooped down his head on mine, and began to shake and cry in a strange muffled, groaning voice, till I, for very fright, stood quite still, and only begged him to tell me what he had heard. And then, with his hand jerking, as if some one else moved it against his will, he gave me a wicked newspaper to read, calling our Frederick a traitor of the blackest dye, a base, ungrateful disgrace to his profession. Oh, I cannot tell what bad words they did not use. I took the paper in my hands as soon as I had read it. I tore it up to little bits. I tore it. Oh, I believe, Margaret, I tore it with my teeth. I did not cry. I could not. My cheeks were hot as fire, and my very eyes burned in my head. I saw your father looking grave at me. I said it was a lie, and so it was. Months after, this letter came, and you see what provocation Frederick had. It was not for himself, or for his own injuries, he rebelled, but he would speak his mind to Captain Reid, and so it went on from bad to worse, and you see most of the sailors stuck by Fred. I think, Margaret," she continued after a pause, in a weak, trembling, exhausted voice, "I am glad of it. I am prouder of Frederick standing up against injustice than if he had been simply a good officer." "I am sure I am," said Margaret, in a firm decided tone. "Loyalty and obedience to wisdom and justice are fine, but it is still finer to defy arbitrary power, unjustly and cruelly used, not on behalf of ourselves, but on behalf of others more helpless. For all that, I wish I could see Frederick once more, just once. He was my first baby, Margaret." Mrs. Hale spoke wistfully, and almost as if apologising for the yearning, craving wish, as though it were a depreciation of her remaining child. But such an idea never crossed Margaret's mind. She was thinking how her mother's desire could be fulfilled. "It is 6 or 7 years ago. Would they still prosecute him, mother? If he came and stood his trial, what would be the punishment? Surely he might bring evidence of his great provocation." "It would do no good," replied Mrs. Hale. "Some of the sailors who accompanied Frederick were taken, and there was a court martial held on them on board the Amicia. I believed all they said in their defence, poor fellows, because it just agreed with Frederick's story; but it was of no use." For the first time during the conversation Mrs. Hale began to cry. Yet something possessed Margaret to force the information she foresaw yet dreaded from her mother. "What happened to them, mamma?" asked she. "They were hung at the yard arm," said Mrs. Hale, solemnly. "And the worst was that the court, in condemning them to death, said they had suffered themselves to be led astray from their duty by their superior officers." They were silent for a long time. "And Frederick was in South Africa for several years, was he not?" "Yes. And now he is in Spain, at Cadiz, or somewhere near it. If he comes to England he will be hung. I shall never see his face again; for if he comes to England he will be hung." There was no comfort to be given. Mrs. Hale turned her face to the wall, and lay perfectly still in her mother's despair. Nothing could be said to console her. She took her hand out of Margaret's with a little impatient movement, as if she would fain be left alone with the recollection of her son. When Mr. Hale came in, Margaret went out, oppressed with gloom, and seeing no promise of brightness on any side of the horizon. CHAPTER 15. Masters and Men. Thought fights with thought. Out springs a spark of truth from the collision of the sword and shield. W.S. Landor.
"Margaret," said her father the next day, "we must return Mrs. Thornton's call. Your mother is not very well, and thinks she cannot walk so far; but you and I will go this afternoon."
As they went, Mr. Hale began about his wife's health, with a kind of veiled anxiety, which Margaret was glad to see awakened at last.
"Did you consult the doctor, Margaret? Did you send for him?"
"No, papa. You spoke of his coming to see me, now I was well; but if I only knew of some good doctor, I would go this afternoon, and ask him to come, for I am sure mamma is seriously indisposed." She put the truth thus plainly and strongly because her father had so completely shut his mind against the idea when she had last named her fears. But now the case was changed. He answered in a despondent tone:
"Do you think she has any hidden complaint? Do you think she is really ill? Has Dixon said anything? Oh, Margaret, I am haunted by the fear that our coming to Milton has killed her. My poor Maria!"
"Oh, papa, don't imagine such things," said Margaret, shocked. "She is not well, that is all. Many a one is not well for a time, and with good advice gets better and stronger than ever."
"But has Dixon said anything about her?"
"No. You know Dixon enjoys making a mystery out of trifles; and she has been a little mysterious about mamma's health, which has alarmed me rather, that is all. Without any reason, I dare say. You know, papa, you said the other day I was getting fanciful."
"I hope and trust you are. But don't think of what I said then. I like you to be fanciful about your mother's health. Don't be afraid of telling me your fancies. I like to hear them, though, I dare say, I spoke as if I was annoyed. But we will ask Mrs. Thornton if she can tell us of a good doctor. We won't throw away our money on any but some one first rate. Say, we turn up this street."
The street did not look as if it could contain any house large enough for Mrs. Thornton's habitation. Her son's presence never gave any impression as to the kind of house he lived in, but unconsciously Margaret had imagined that tall, massive, handsomely dressed Mrs. Thornton must live in a house of the same character as herself. Now Marlborough Street consisted of long rows of small houses, with a blank wall here and there; at least, that was all they could see from the point at which they entered it.
"He told me he lived in Marlborough Street, I'm sure," said Mr. Hale, with a much perplexed air.
"Perhaps it is one of the economies he still practises, to live in a very small house. But here are plenty of people about. Let me ask." She accordingly inquired of a passer by, and was informed that Mr. Thornton lived close to the mill, and had the factory lodge door pointed out to her, at the end of the long dead wall they had noticed. The lodge door was like a common garden door. On one side of it were great closed gates for the ingress and egress of lorries and waggons. The lodge keeper admitted them into a great oblong yard, on one side of which were offices for the transaction of business; on the opposite, an immense many windowed mill, whence proceeded the continual clank of machinery and the long groaning roar of the steam engine, enough to deafen those who lived within the enclosure. Opposite to the wall, along which the street ran, on one of the narrow sides of the oblong, was a handsome stone coped house, blackened, to be sure, by the smoke, but with paint, windows, and steps kept scrupulously clean. It was evidently a house which had been built some 50 or 60 years. The stone facings, the long narrow windows, and the number of them, the flights of steps up to the front door, ascending from either side and guarded by a railing, all witnessed to its age. Margaret only wondered why people who could afford to live in so good a house, and keep it in such perfect order, did not prefer a much smaller dwelling in the country, or even some suburb, not in the continual whirl and din of the factory. Her unaccustomed ears could hardly catch her father's voice, as they stood on the steps awaiting the opening of the door. The yard, too, with the great doors in the dead wall as a boundary, was but a dismal look out for the sitting rooms of the house, as Margaret found when they had mounted the old fashioned stairs, and been ushered into the drawing room, the 3 windows of which went over the front door and the room on the right hand side of the entrance. There was no one in the drawing room. It seemed as though no one had been in it since the day when the furniture was bagged up with as much care as if the house was to be overwhelmed with lava, and discovered 1,000 years hence. The walls were pink and gold; the pattern on the carpet represented bunches of flowers on a light ground, but it was carefully covered up in the centre by a linen drugget, glazed and colourless. The window curtains were lace; each chair and sofa had its own particular veil of netting or knitting. Great alabaster groups occupied every flat surface, safe from dust under their glass shades. In the middle of the room, right under the bagged up chandelier, was a large circular table, with smartly bound books arranged at regular intervals round the circumference of its polished surface, like gaily coloured spokes of a wheel. Everything reflected light; nothing absorbed it. The whole room had a painfully spotted, spangled, speckled look about it, which impressed Margaret so unpleasantly, that she was hardly conscious of the peculiar cleanliness required to keep everything so white and pure in such an atmosphere, or of the trouble that must be willingly expended to secure that effect of icy, snowy discomfort. Wherever she looked there was evidence of care and labour, but not care and labour to produce ease, to help on habits of tranquil home employment, solely to ornament, and then to preserve ornament from dirt or destruction. They had leisure to observe, and to speak to each other in low voices, before Mrs. Thornton appeared. They were talking of what all the world might hear, but it is a common effect of such a room as this to make people speak low, as if unwilling to awaken the unused echoes. At last Mrs. Thornton came in, rustling in handsome black silk, as was her wont, her muslins and laces rivalling, not excelling, the pure whiteness of the muslins and netting of the room. Margaret explained how it was that her mother could not accompany them to return Mrs. Thornton's call; but in her anxiety not to bring back her father's fears too vividly, she gave but a bungling account, and left the impression on Mrs. Thornton's mind that Mrs. Hale's was some temporary or fanciful fine ladyish indisposition, which might have been put aside had there been a strong enough motive; or that if it was too severe to allow her to come out that day, the call might have been deferred. Remembering, too, the horses to her carriage, hired for her own visit to the Hales, and how Fanny had been ordered to go by Mr. Thornton, in order to pay every respect to them, Mrs. Thornton drew up slightly offended, and gave Margaret no sympathy; indeed, hardly any credit for the statement of her mother's indisposition.
"How is Mr. Thornton?" asked Mr. Hale. "I was afraid he was not well, from his hurried note yesterday."
"My son is rarely ill; and when he is, he never speaks about it, or makes it an excuse for not doing anything. He told me he could not get leisure to read with you last night, sir. He regretted it, I am sure. He values the hours spent with you."
"I'm sure they are equally agreeable to me," said Mr. Hale. "It makes me feel young again to see his enjoyment and appreciation of all that is fine in classical literature."
"I have no doubt the classics are very desirable for people who have leisure; but, I confess, it was against my judgment that my son renewed his study of them. The time and place in which he lives, seems to me to require all his energy and attention. Classics may do well for men who loiter away their lives in the country or in colleges; but Milton men ought to have their thoughts and powers absorbed by the work of to day. At least, that is my opinion." This last clause she gave out with the pride that apes humility. "But surely if the mind is too long directed to one object only, it will get stiff and rigid, and be unable to take in many interests," said Margaret. "I do not quite understand what you mean by a mind getting stiff and rigid. Nor do I admire those whirligig characters that are full of this thing to day, to be utterly forgetful of it in their new interest to morrow. Having many interests does not suit the life of a Milton manufacturer. It is, or ought to be, enough for him to have one great desire, and to bring all the purposes of his life to bear on the fulfilment of that."
"And that is?"
asked Mr. Hale. Her sallow cheek flushed, and her eye lightened, as she answered: "To hold and maintain a high, honourable place among the merchants of his country, the men of his town. Such a place my son has earned for himself. Go where you will I don't say in England only, but in Europe the name of John Thornton of Milton is known and respected amongst all men of business. Of course, it is unknown in the fashionable circles," she continued, scornfully. "Idle gentlemen and ladies are not likely to know much of a Milton manufacturer, unless he gets into Parliament, or marries a lord's daughter." Both Mr. Hale and Margaret had an uneasy, ludicrous consciousness that they had never heard of this great name, until Mr. Bell had written them word that Mr. Thornton would be a good friend to have in Milton. The proud mother's world was not their world of Harley Street gentilities on the one hand, or country clergymen and Hampshire squires on the other. Margaret's face, in spite of all her endeavours to keep it simply listening in its expression, told the sensitive Mrs. Thornton this feeling of hers. "You think you have never heard of this wonderful son of mine, Miss Hale. You think I'm an old woman whose ideas are bounded by Milton, and whose own crow is the whitest ever seen." "No," said Margaret, with some spirit. "It may be true, that I was thinking I had hardly heard Mr. Thornton's name before I came to Milton; but since I have come here, I have heard enough to make me respect and admire him, and to feel just how much justice and truth there is in what you have said of him." "Who spoke to you of him?" asked Mrs. Thornton, a little mollified, yet jealous lest any one else's words should not have done him full justice. Margaret hesitated before she replied. She did not like this authoritative questioning. Mr. Hale came in, as he thought, to the rescue.
"It was what Mr. Thornton said himself, that made us know the kind of man he was. Was it not, Margaret?"
Mrs. Thornton drew herself up, and said: "My son is not the one to tell of his own doings. May I ask you again, Miss Hale, from whose account you formed your favourable opinion of him? A mother is curious, and greedy of commendation of her children, you know." Margaret replied: "It was as much from what Mr. Thornton withheld, of that which we had been told of his previous life by Mr. Bell. It was more that than what he said, that made us all feel what reason you have to be proud of him." "Mr. Bell! What can he know of John? He, living a lazy life in a drowsy college! But I am obliged to you, Miss Hale. Many a missy young lady would have shrunk from giving an old woman the pleasure of hearing that her son was well spoken of." "Why?" asked Margaret, looking straight at Mrs. Thornton, in bewilderment. "Why? Because I suppose they might have consciences that told them how surely they were making the old mother into an advocate for them, in case they had any plans on the son's heart." She smiled a grim smile, for she had been pleased by Margaret's frankness, and perhaps she felt that she had been asking questions too much, as if she had a right to catechise. Margaret laughed outright at the notion presented to her; laughed so merrily that it grated on Mrs. Thornton's ear, as if the words that called forth that laugh must have been utterly and entirely ludicrous. Margaret stopped her merriment as soon as she saw Mrs. Thornton's annoyed look. "I beg your pardon, madam, but I am really very much obliged to you for exonerating me from making any plans on Mr. Thornton's heart." "Young ladies have before now," said Mrs. Thornton, stiffly.
"I hope Miss Thornton is well,"
put in Mr. Hale, desirous of changing the current of the conversation. "She is as well as she ever is. She is not strong," replied Mrs. Thornton, shortly.
"And Mr. Thornton? I suppose I may hope to see him on Thursday?"
"I cannot answer for my son's engagements. There is some uncomfortable work going on in the town, a threatening of a strike. If so, his experience and judgment will make him much consulted by his friends. But I should think he could come on Thursday. At any rate, I am sure he will let you know if he cannot." "A strike?" asked Margaret. "What for? What are they going to strike for?" "For the mastership and ownership of other people's property," said Mrs. Thornton, with a fierce snort. "That is what they always strike for. If my son's workpeople strike, I will only say they are a pack of ungrateful hounds; but I have no doubt they will."
"They are wanting higher wages, I suppose?"
asked Mr. Hale. "That is the face of the thing. But the truth is, they want to be masters, and make the masters into slaves on their own ground. They are always trying at it. They always have it in their minds, and every 5 or 6 years there comes a struggle between masters and men. They'll find themselves mistaken this time, I fancy, a little out of their reckoning. If they turn out, they mayn't find it so easy to go in again. I believe, the masters have a thing or two in their heads which will teach the men not to strike again in a hurry, if they try it this time." "Does it not make the town very rough?" asked Margaret. "Of course it does. But surely you are not a coward, are you? Milton is not the place for cowards. I have known the time when I have had to thread my way through a crowd of white angry men, all swearing they would have Makinson's blood as soon as he ventured to show his nose out of his factory; and he, knowing nothing of it, some one had to go and tell him, or he was a dead man; and it needed to be a woman. So I went. and when I had got in, I could not get out. It was as much as my life was worth. So I went up to the roof, where there were stones piled ready to drop on the heads of the crowd if they tried to force the factory doors. And I would have lifted those heavy stones, and dropped them with as good an aim as the best man there, but that I fainted with the heat I had gone through. If you live in Milton, you must learn to have a brave heart, Miss Hale." "I would do my best," said Margaret, rather pale. "I do not know whether I am brave or not till I am tried; but I am afraid I should be a coward." "South country people are often frightened by what our Darkshire men and women only call living and struggling. But when you've been 10 years among a people who are always owing their betters a grudge, and only waiting for an opportunity to pay it off, you will know whether you are a coward or not. Take my word for it." Mr. Thornton came that evening to Mr. Hale's. He was shown up into the drawing room, where Mr. Hale was reading aloud to his wife and daughter. "I am come partly to bring you a note from my mother, and partly to apologise for not keeping my time yesterday. The note contains the address you asked for Dr. Donaldson." "Thank you," said Margaret, hastily, holding out her hand to take the note, for she did not wish her mother to hear that they had been making any inquiry about a doctor. She was pleased that Mr. Thornton seemed immediately to understand her feeling. He gave her the note without another word of explanation. Mr. Hale began to talk about the strike. Mr. Thornton's face assumed a likeness to his mother's worst expression, which immediately repelled the watching Margaret. "Yes, the fools will have a strike. Let them. It suits us well enough. But we gave them a chance. They think trade is flourishing as it was last year. We see the storm on the horizon, and draw in our sails. But because we don't explain our reasons, they won't believe we're acting reasonably. We must give them line and letter for the way we choose to spend or save our money. Henderson tried a dodge with his men out at Ashley, and failed. He rather wanted a strike. It would have suited his book well enough. So when the men came to ask for the 5% they are claiming, he said he'd think about it, and give them his answer on the pay day, knowing all the while what his answer would be, of course, but thinking he'd strengthen their conceit of his own way. However, they were too deep for him, and heard something about the bad prospects of trade; so in they came on the Friday, and drew back their claim, and now he's obliged to go on working. But we Milton masters have to day sent in our decision. We won't advance a penny. We tell them we may have to lower wages, but we can't afford to raise. So here we stand, waiting for their next attack." "And what will that be?" asked Mr. Hale. "I conjecture a simultaneous strike. You will see Milton without smoke in a few days, I imagine, Miss Hale." "But why?" asked she. "Could you not explain what good reason you have for expecting a bad trade? I don't know whether I used the right words, but you will understand what I mean." "Do you give your servants reasons for your expenditures, or your economy in the use of your own money? We, the owners of capital, have a right to choose what we will do with it." "A human right," said Margaret, very low. "I beg your pardon. I did not hear what you said." "I would rather not repeat it," she said. "It related to a feeling which I do not think you would share." "Won't you try me?" pleaded he, his thoughts suddenly bent upon learning what she had said. She was displeased with his pertinacity, but did not choose to affix too much importance to her words. "I said you had a human right. I meant that there seemed no reason but religious ones, why you should not do what you like with your own." "I know we differ in our religious opinions, but don't you give me credit for having some, though not the same as yours?" He was speaking in a subdued voice, as if to her alone. She did not wish to be so exclusively addressed. She replied out in her usual tone: "I do not think I have any occasion to consider your special religious opinions in the affair. All I meant to say is, that there is no human law to prevent the employers from utterly wasting or throwing away all their money, if they choose; but that there are passages in the Bible which would rather imply, to me at least, that they neglected their duty as stewards if they did. However, I know so little about strikes, and rate of wages, and capital, and labour, that I had better not talk to a political economist like you." "Nay, the more reason," said he, eagerly. "I shall only be too glad to explain to you all that may seem anomalous or mysterious to a stranger, especially at a time like this, when our doings are sure to be canvassed by every scribbler who can hold a pen." "Thank you," she answered, coldly. "Of course, I shall apply to my father in the first instance for any information he can give me, if I get puzzled with living here amongst this strange society." "You think it strange? Why?" "I don't know. I suppose because, on the very face of it, I see two classes dependent on each other in every possible way, yet evidently regarding the interests of the other as opposed to their own. I never lived in a place before where there were two sets of people always running each other down." "Who have you heard running the masters down? I don't ask who you have heard abusing the men, for I see you persist in misunderstanding what I said the other day. But who have you heard abusing the masters?" Margaret reddened; then smiled as she said, "I am not fond of being catechised. I refuse to answer your question. Besides, it has nothing to do with the fact. You must take my word for it, that I have heard some people, or, it may be, only some one of the workpeople, speak as though it were the interest of the employers to keep them from acquiring money; that it would make them too independent if they had a sum in the savings bank." "I dare say it was that man Higgins who told you all this," said Mrs. Hale. Mr. Thornton did not appear to hear what Margaret evidently did not wish him to know, but he caught it, nevertheless. "I heard, moreover, that it was considered to the advantage of the masters to have ignorant workmen; not hedge lawyers, as Captain Lennox used to call those men in his company, who questioned and would know the reason for every order." This latter part of her sentence she addressed rather to her father than to Mr. Thornton. "Who is Captain Lennox?" asked Mr. Thornton to himself, with a strange kind of displeasure, that prevented him for the moment from replying to her. Her father took up the conversation. "You were never fond of schools, Margaret, or you would have seen and known before this, how much is being done for education in Milton." "No," said she, with sudden meekness. "I know I do not care enough about schools; but the knowledge and the ignorance of which I was speaking did not relate to reading and writing, the teaching or information one can give to a child. I am sure, that what was meant was ignorance of the wisdom that shall guide men and women. I hardly know what that is; but he, that is, my informant, spoke as if the masters would like their hands to be merely tall large children, living in the present moment, with a blind unreasoning kind of obedience." "In short, Miss Hale, it is very evident that your informant found a pretty ready listener to all the slander he chose to utter against the masters," said Mr. Thornton, in an offended tone. Margaret did not reply. She was displeased at the personal character Mr. Thornton affixed to what she had said. Mr. Hale spoke next. "I must confess that, although I have not become so intimately acquainted with any workmen as Margaret has, I am very much struck by the antagonism between the employer and the employed, on the very surface of things. I even gather this impression from what you yourself have from time to time said." Mr. Thornton paused a while before he spoke. Margaret had just left the room, and he was vexed at the state of feeling between himself and her. However, the little annoyance, by making him cooler and more thoughtful, gave a greater dignity to what he said. "My theory is, that my interests are identical with those of my workpeople, and vice versa. Miss Hale, I know, does not like to hear men called hands, so I won't use that word, though it comes most readily to my lips as the technical term, whose origin, whatever it was, dates before my time. On some future day, in some millennium, in Utopia, this unity may be brought into practice, just as I can fancy a republic the most perfect form of government." "We will read Plato's Republic as soon as we have finished Homer." "Well, in the Platonic year, it may fall out that we are all, men, women, and children, fit for a republic; but give me a constitutional monarchy in our present state of morals and intelligence. In our infancy we require a wise despotism to govern us. Indeed, long past infancy, children and young people are the happiest under the unfailing laws of a discreet, firm authority. I agree with Miss Hale so far as to consider our people in the condition of children, while I deny that we, the masters, have anything to do with making or keeping them so. I maintain that despotism is the best kind of government for them, so that in the hours in which I come in contact with them I must necessarily be an autocrat. I will use my best discretion, from no humbug or philanthropic feeling, of which we had rather too much in the North, to make wise laws, and come to just decisions in the conduct of my business, laws and decisions which work for my own good in the first instance, for theirs in the second. But I will neither be forced to give my reasons, nor flinch from what I have once declared to be my resolution. Let them turn out. I shall suffer as well as they; but at the end they will find that I have not bated or altered one jot." Margaret had re entered the room, and was sitting at her work; but she did not speak. Mr. Hale answered: "I dare say I am talking in great ignorance; but from the little I know, I should say that the masses were already passing rapidly into the troublesome stage which intervenes between childhood and manhood in the life of the multitude as well as that of the individual. Now, the error which many parents commit in the treatment of the individual at this time is, insisting on the same unreasoning obedience as when all he had to do in the way of duty was, to obey the simple laws of come when you're called, and do as you're bid. But a wise parent humours the desire for independent action, so as to become the friend and adviser when his absolute rule shall cease. If I get wrong in my reasoning, recollect, it is you who adopted the analogy." "Very lately," said Margaret, "I heard a story of what happened in Nuremberg only 3 or 4 years ago. A rich man there lived alone in one of the immense mansions which were formerly both dwellings and warehouses. It was reported that he had a child, but no one knew of it for certain. For 40 years this rumour kept rising and falling, never utterly dying away. After his death it was found to be true. He had a son, an overgrown man with the unexercised intellect of a child, whom he had kept up in that strange way, in order to save him from temptation and error. But, of course, when this great old child was turned loose into the world, every bad counsellor had power over him. He did not know good from evil. His father had made the blunder of bringing him up in ignorance, and taking it for innocence; and after 14 months of riotous living, the city authorities had to take charge of him, in order to save him from starvation. He could not even use words effectively enough to be a successful beggar." I used the comparison, suggested by Miss Hale, of the position of the master to that of a parent, so I ought not to complain of your turning the simile into a weapon against me. But, Mr. Hale, when you were setting up a wise parent as a model for us, you said he humoured his child in their desire for independent action. Now certainly, the time is not come for the hands to have any independent action during business hours. I hardly know what you would mean by it then. And I say, that the masters would be trenching on the independence of their hands, in a way that I, for one, should not feel justified in doing, if we interfered too much with the life they lead out of the mills. Because they labour 10 hours a day for us, I do not see that we have any right to impose leading strings upon them for the rest of their time. I value my own independence so highly that I can fancy no degradation greater than that of having another man perpetually directing and advising and lecturing me, or even planning too closely in any way about my actions. He might be the wisest of men, or the most powerful, I should equally rebel and resent his interference. I imagine this is a stronger feeling in the north of England than in the south." "I beg your pardon. But is not that because there has been none of the equality of friendship between the adviser and advised classes? Because every man has had to stand in an unchristian and isolated position, apart from and jealous of his brother man, constantly afraid of his rights being trenched upon? I only state the fact. I am sorry to say, I have an appointment at 8 o'clock, and I must just take facts as I find them to night, without trying to account for them, which, indeed, would make no difference in determining how to act as things stand. The facts must be granted." "But," said Margaret in a low voice, "it seems to me as if it makes all the difference in the world." Her father made a sign for her to be silent, and allow Mr. Thornton to finish what he had to say. He was already standing up and preparing to go. "You must grant me this one point. Given a strong feeling of independence in every Darkshire man, have I any right to obtrude my views of the manner in which he shall act, upon another, hating it as I should do most vehemently myself, merely because he has labour to sell, and I capital to buy?" "Not in the least," said Margaret, determined to say just this one thing. "Not in the least because of your labour and capital positions, whatever they are; but because you are a man, dealing with a set of men over whom you have, whether you reject the use of it or not, immense power, just because your lives and your welfare are so constantly and intimately interwoven. God has made us so that we must be mutually dependent. We may ignore our own dependence, or refuse to acknowledge that others depend upon us in more respects than the payment of weekly wages; but the thing must be, nevertheless. Neither you nor any other master can help yourselves. The most proudly independent man depends on those around him for their insensible influence on his character, his life; and the most isolated of all your Darkshire egos has dependents clinging to him on all sides. He cannot shake them off, any more than the great rock he resembles can shake off—"
"Pray don't go into similes, Margaret. You have let us off once already,"
said her father, smiling, yet uneasy at the thought that they were detaining Mr. Thornton against his will, which was a mistake, for he rather liked it, as long as Margaret would talk, although what she said only irritated him. "Just tell me, Miss Hale, are you yourself ever influenced? No, that is not a fair way of putting it. But if you are ever conscious of being influenced by others, and not by circumstances, have those others been working directly or indirectly? Have they been labouring to exhort, to enjoin, to act rightly for the sake of example; or have they been simple, true men, taking up their duty, and doing it unflinchingly, without a thought of how their actions were to make this man industrious, that man saving? Why, if I were a workman, I should be 20 times more impressed by the knowledge that my master was honest, punctual, quick, resolute in all his doings (and hands are keener spies even than valets), than by any amount of interference, however kindly meant, with my ways of going on out of work hours. I do not choose to think too closely on what I am myself; but, I believe, I rely on the straightforward honesty of my hands, and the open nature of their opposition, in contradistinction to the way in which the turn out will be managed in some mills, just because they know how I scorn to take a single dishonest advantage, or to do an underhand thing myself. It goes farther than a whole course of lectures on 'Honesty is the best policy.' Life diluted into words. No, no. What the master is, that the men will be, without overmuch taking thought on his part." "That is a great admission," said Margaret, laughing. "When I see men violent and obstinate in pursuit of their rights, I may safely infer that the master is the same; that he is a little ignorant of that spirit which suffereth long, and is kind, and seeketh not her own." "You are just like all strangers who don't understand the working of our system, Miss Hale," said he hastily. "You suppose that our men are puppets of dough, ready to be moulded into any amiable form we please. You forget we have only to do with them for less than a third of their lives; and you seem not to perceive that the duties of a manufacturer are far larger and wider than those merely of an employer of labour. We have a wide commercial character to maintain, which makes us into the great pioneers of civilisation." "It strikes me," said Mr. Hale, smiling, "that you might pioneer a little at home. They are a rough, heathenish set of fellows, these Milton men of yours." "They are that," replied Mr. Thornton. "Rosewater surgery won't do for them. Cromwell would have made a capital mill owner, Miss Hale. I wish we had him to put down this strike for us." "Cromwell is no hero of mine. she said, coldly. "But I am trying to reconcile your admiration of despotism with your respect for other men's independence of character." He reddened at her tone. "I choose to be the unquestioned and irresponsible master of my hands, during the hours that they labour for me. But those hours past, our relation ceases, and then comes in the same respect for their independence that I myself exact." He did not speak again for a minute, he was too much vexed. But he shook it off, and bade Mr. and Mrs. Hale good night. Then, drawing near to Margaret, he said in a lower voice: "I spoke hastily to you once this evening, and I am afraid, rather rudely. But you know I am but an uncouth Milton manufacturer. Will you forgive me?" "Certainly," she said, smiling up in his face, the expression of which was somewhat anxious and oppressed, and hardly cleared away as he met her sweet sunny countenance, out of which all the north wind effect of their discussion had entirely vanished. But she did not put out her hand to him, and again he felt the omission, and set it down to pride. CHAPTER XVI. The Shadow of Death. Trust in that veiled hand, which leads none by the path that he would go, and always be for change prepared, for the world's law is ebb and flow. From the Arabic. The next afternoon Dr. Donaldson came to pay his first visit to Mrs. Hale. The mystery that Margaret hoped their late habits of intimacy had broken through was resumed. She was excluded from the room, while Dixon was admitted. Margaret was not a ready lover, but when she loved passionately, and with no small degree of jealousy. She went into her mother's bedroom, just beyond the drawing room, and paced it up and down, while awaiting the doctor's coming out. Every now and then she stopped to listen. She fancied she heard a moan. She clenched her hands tight, and held her breath. She was sure she heard a moan. Then all was still for a few minutes more, and then there was the moving of chairs, the raised voices, and all the little disturbances of leave taking. When she heard the door open, she went quickly out of the bedroom. "My father is from home, Dr. Donaldson. He has to attend a pupil at this hour. May I trouble you to come into his room downstairs?" She saw, and triumphed over all the obstacles which Dixon threw in her way, assuming her rightful position as daughter of the house in something of the spirit of the elder brother, which quelled the old servant's officiousness very effectually. Margaret's conscious assumption of this unusual dignity of demeanour towards Dixon gave her an instant's amusement in the midst of her anxiety. She knew, from the surprised expression on Dixon's face, how ridiculously grand she herself must be looking, and the idea carried her downstairs into the room. It gave her that length of oblivion from the keen sharpness of the recollection of the actual business in hand. Now, that came back, and seemed to take away her breath. It was a moment or two before she could utter a word. But she spoke with an air of command, as she asked: "What is the matter with mamma? You will oblige me by telling the simple truth." Then, seeing a slight hesitation on the doctor's part, she added: "I am the only child she has here, I mean. My father is not sufficiently alarmed, I fear, and, therefore, if there is any serious apprehension, it must be broken to him gently. I can do this. I can nurse my mother. Pray, speak, sir. To see your face, and not be able to read it, gives me a worse dread than I trust any words of yours will justify." "My dear young lady, your mother seems to have a most attentive and efficient servant, who is more like her friend—" "I am her daughter, sir. But when I tell you she expressly desired that you might not be told. I am not good or patient enough to submit to the prohibition. Besides, I am sure you are too wise, too experienced to have promised to keep the secret." "Well," said he, half smiling, though sadly enough, "there you are right. I did not promise. In fact, I fear, the secret will be known soon enough without my revealing it." He paused. Margaret went very white, and compressed her lips a little more. otherwise not a feature moved. With the quick insight into character, without which no medical man can rise to the eminence of Dr. Donaldson, he saw that she would exact the full truth; that she would know if one iota was withheld, and that the withholding would be torture more acute than the knowledge of it. He spoke 2 short sentences in a low voice, watching her all the time; for the pupils of her eyes dilated into a black horror, and the whiteness of her complexion became livid. He ceased speaking. He waited for that look to go off, for her gasping breath to come. Then she said: "I thank you most truly, sir, for your confidence. That dread has haunted me for many weeks. It is a true, real agony. My poor, poor mother!" Her lips began to quiver, and he let her have the relief of tears, sure of her power of self control to check them. A few tears, those were all she shed, before she recollected the many questions she longed to ask. "Will there be much suffering?" He shook his head. "That we cannot tell. It depends on constitution, on 1,000 things. But the late discoveries of medical science have given us a large power of alleviation." "My father," said Margaret, trembling all over. "I do not know, Mr. Hale. I mean, it is difficult to give advice. But I should say, bear on, with the knowledge you have forced me to give you so abruptly, till the fact which I could not withhold has become in some degree familiar to you, so that you may, without too great an effort, be able to give what comfort you can to your father. Before then, my visits, which, of course, I shall repeat from time to time, although I fear I can do nothing but alleviate. 1,000 little circumstances will have occurred to awaken his alarm, to deepen it, so that he will be all the better prepared. Nay, my dear young lady, nay, my dear, I saw Mr. Thornton, and I honour your father for the sacrifice he has made, however mistaken I may believe him to be. Well, this once, if it will please you, my dear. Only remember, when I come again, I come as a friend; and you must learn to look upon me as such, because seeing each other, getting to know each other at such times as these, is worth years of morning calls." Margaret could not speak for crying, but she wrung his hand at parting. "That's what I call a fine girl," thought Dr. Donaldson, when he was seated in his carriage, and had time to examine his ringed hand, which had slightly suffered from her pressure. Who would have thought that little hand could have given such a squeeze? But the bones were well put together, and that gives immense power. What a queen she is! With her head thrown back at first, to force me into speaking the truth, and then bent so eagerly forward to listen. Poor thing! I must see she does not overstrain herself. Though it's astonishing how much those thoroughbred creatures can do and suffer. That girl's game to the backbone. Another, who had gone that deadly colour, could never have come round without either fainting or hysterics; but she wouldn't do either, not she; and the very force of her will brought her round. Such a girl as that would win my heart, if I were 30 years younger. It's too late now. Ah! Here we are at the Archers." So out he jumped, with thought, wisdom, experience, sympathy, and ready to attend to the calls made upon them by this family, just as if there were none other in the world. Meanwhile Margaret had returned into her father's study for a moment, to recover strength before going upstairs into her mother's presence. "Oh, my God, my God! But this is terrible! How shall I bear it? Such a deadly disease! No hope! Oh, mamma, mamma! I wish I had never gone to Aunt Shaw's, and been all those precious years away from you. Poor mamma! How much she must have borne! Oh, I pray thee, my God, that her sufferings may not be too acute, too dreadful. How shall I bear to see them? How can I bear papa's agony? He must not be told yet. Not all at once. It would kill him. But I won't lose another moment of my own dear, precious mother." She ran upstairs. Dixon was not in the room. Mrs. Hale lay back in an easy chair, with a soft white shawl wrapped around her, and a becoming cap put on, in expectation of the doctor's visit. Her face had a little faint colour in it, and the very exhaustion after the examination gave it a peaceful look. Margaret was surprised to see her look so calm. "Why, Margaret, how strange you look! What is the matter?" And then, as the idea stole into her mind of what was indeed the real state of the case, she added, as if a little displeased, "You have not been seeing Dr. Donaldson, and asking him any questions, have you, child?" Margaret did not reply, only looked wistfully towards her. Mrs. Hale became more displeased. "He would not, surely, break his word to me, and" "Oh yes, mamma, he did. I made him. It was I. Blame me." She knelt down by her mother's side, and caught her hand. She would not let it go, though Mrs. Hale tried to pull it away. She kept kissing it, and the hot tears she shed bathed it. "Margaret, it was very wrong of you. You knew I did not wish you to know." But, as if tired with the contest, she left her hand in Margaret's clasp, and by she returned the pressure faintly. That encouraged Margaret to speak. "Oh, mamma, let me be your nurse. I will learn anything Dixon can teach me. But you know I am your child, and I do think I have a right to do everything for you." "You don't know what you are asking," said Mrs. Hale, with a shudder. "Yes, I do. I know a great deal more than you are aware of. Let me be your nurse. Let me try, at any rate. No one has ever, shall ever, try so hard as I will do. It will be such a comfort, mamma." "My poor child. Well, you shall try. Do you know, Margaret, Dixon and I thought you would quite shrink from me if you knew." "Dixon thought!" said Margaret, her lip curling. "Dixon could not give me credit for enough true love, for as much as herself. She thought, I suppose, that I was one of those poor sickly women who like to lie on rose leaves, and be fanned all day. Don't let Dixon's fancies come any more between you and me, mamma. Don't, please," implored she. "Don't be angry with Dixon," said Mrs. Hale, anxiously. Margaret recovered herself. "No, I won't. I will try and be humble, and learn her ways, if only you will let me do all I can for you. Let me be in the first place, mother. I am greedy of that. I used to fancy you would forget me while I was away at Aunt Shaw's, and cry myself to sleep at night with that notion in my head. And I used to think, how will Margaret bear our makeshift poverty, after the thorough comfort and luxury in Harley Street, till I have many a time been more ashamed of your seeing our contrivances at Helstone than of any stranger finding them out. Oh, mamma! And I did so enjoy them. They were so much more amusing than all the jog trot Harley Street ways. The wardrobe shelf with handles, that served as a supper tray on grand occasions, and the old tea chest stuffed and covered for ottomans. I think what you call the makeshift contrivances at dear Helstone were a charming part of the life there." "I shall never see Helstone again, Margaret," said Mrs. Hale, the tears welling up into her eyes. Margaret could not reply. Mrs. Hale went on. "While I was there, I was for ever wanting to leave it. Every place seemed pleasanter. And now I shall die far away from it. I am rightly punished." "You must not talk so," said Margaret, impatiently. "He said you might live for years. Oh, mother, we will have you back at Helstone yet." "No, never. That I must take as a just penance. But, Margaret, Frederick." At the mention of that one word, she suddenly cried out loud, as if in some sharp agony. It seemed as if the thought of him upset all her composure, destroyed the calm, overcame the exhaustion. Wild passionate cry succeeded to cry. "Frederick! Frederick! Come to me! I am dying! Little first born child, come to me once again!" She was in violent hysterics. Margaret went and called Dixon in terror. Dixon came in a huff, and accused Margaret of having over excited her mother. Margaret bore all meekly, only trusting that her father might not return. In spite of her alarm, which was even greater than the occasion warranted, she obeyed all Dixon's directions promptly and well, without a word of self justification. By so doing she mollified her accuser. They put her mother to bed, and Margaret sat by her till she fell asleep, and afterwards till Dixon beckoned her out of the room, and, with a sour face, as if doing something against the grain, she bade her drink a cup of coffee which she had prepared for her in the drawing room, and stood over her in a commanding attitude as she did so. "You shouldn't have been so curious, miss, and then you wouldn't have needed to fret before your time. It would have come soon enough. And now, I suppose, you'll tell master, and a pretty household I shall have of you." "No, Dixon," said Margaret, sorrowfully. "I will not tell papa. He could not bear it as I can." And by way of proving how well she bore it, she burst into tears. "Ay, I knew how it would be. Now you'll waken your mamma, just after she's gone to sleep so quietly. Miss Margaret, my dear, I've had to keep it down this many a week; and though I don't pretend I can love her as you do, yet I loved her better than any other man, woman, or child. No one but Master Frederick ever came near her in my mind. Ever since Lady Beresford's maid first took me in to see her dressed out in white crape, and corn ears, and scarlet poppies, and I ran a needle down into my finger, and broke it in, and she tore up her worked pocket handkerchief, after they'd cut it out, and came in to wet the bandages again with lotion when she returned from the ball, where she'd been the prettiest young lady of all. I've never loved any one like her. I little thought that I should live to see her brought so low. I don't mean no reproach to nobody. Many a one calls you pretty and handsome, and what not, even in this smoky place, enough to blind one's eyes; the owls can see that. But you'll never be like your mother for beauty. Never; not if you live to be 100. Mamma is very pretty still. Poor mamma." "Now don't ye set off again, or I shall give way at last," whimpering. "You'll never stand master's coming home and questioning, at this rate. Go out and take a walk, and come in something like. Many's the time I've longed to walk it off, the thought of what was the matter with her, and how it must all end." "Oh, Dixon," said Margaret, "how often I've been cross with you, not knowing what a terrible secret you had to bear." "Bless you, child. I like to see you showing a bit of spirit. It's the good old Beresford blood. Why, the last Sir John but 2 shot his steward down, there where he stood, just for telling him that he'd racked the tenants; and he'd racked the tenants till he could get no more money off them than he could get skin off a flint." "Well, Dixon, I won't shoot you, and I'll try not to be cross again. You never have. If I've said it at times, it's always been to myself, just in private, by way of making a little agreeable conversation; for there's no one here fit to talk to. And when you fire up, you're the very image of Master Frederick. I could find in my heart to put you in a passion any day, just to see his stormy look coming like a great cloud over your face. But now you go out, miss. I'll watch over missus. And as for master, his books are company enough for him if he should come in." "I will go," said Margaret. She hung about Dixon for a minute or so, as if afraid and irresolute. Then suddenly kissing her, she went quickly out of the room. "Bless her!" said Dixon. "She's as sweet as a nut. There are three people I love. It's Mrs., Master Frederick, and her. Just them three. That's all. The rest be hanged, for I don't know what they're in the world for. Master was born, I suppose, for to marry Missus. If I thought he loved her properly, I might get to love him in time. But he should ha' made a deal more on her, and not been always reading, thinking. See what it has brought him to! Many a one who never reads nor thinks either, gets to be rector and dean and what not; and I dare say master might, if he'd just minded Missus, and let the weary reading and thinking alone. There she goes, looking out of the window as she heard the front door shut. Poor young lady! Her clothes look shabby to what they did when she came to Helstone a year ago. Then she hadn't so much as a darned stocking or a cleaned pair of gloves in all her wardrobe. And now CHAPTER 17. What is a strike? There are briars besetting every path, which call for patient care; and there is a cross in every lot, and an earnest need for prayer. Anonymous. Margaret went out heavily and unwillingly enough. But the length of a street, yes, the air of a Milton Street, cheered her young blood before she reached her first turning. Her step grew lighter, her lip redder. She began to take notice, instead of having her thoughts turned so exclusively inward. She saw unusual loiterers in the street, men with their hands in their pockets sauntering along, loud laughing and loud spoken girls clustered together, apparently excited to high spirits, and a boisterous independence of temper and behaviour. The more ill looking of the men, the discreditable minority, hung about on the steps of the beer houses and gin shops, smoking and commenting pretty freely on every passer by. Margaret disliked the prospect of the long walk through these streets, before she came to the fields which she had planned to reach. Instead, she would go and see Bessy Higgins. It would not be so refreshing as a quiet country walk, but still it would perhaps be doing the kinder thing. Nicholas Higgins was sitting by the fire smoking, as she went in. Bessy was rocking herself on the other side. Nicholas took the pipe out of his mouth, and standing up, pushed his chair towards Margaret. He leant against the chimney piece in a lounging attitude, while she asked Bessy how she was. "Hoo's rather run down in the mouth regard to spirits, but hoo's better in health. Hoo doesn't like this strike. Hoo's a deal too much set on peace and quietness at any price." "This is the third strike I've seen," said she, sighing, as if that was answer and explanation enough. "Well, third time pays for all. See if we don't dang the masters this time. See if they don't come, and beg us to come back, at our own price. That's all. We've missed it aforetime, I grant you; but this time we'n laid our plans desperate deep." "Why do you strike?" asked Margaret. "Striking is leaving off work till you get your own rate of wages, is it not? You must not wonder at my ignorance. Where I come from I never heard of a strike." "I wish I were there," said Bessy, wearily. "But it's not for me to get sick and tired o' strikes. This is the last I'll see. Before it's ended, I shall be in the great city, the holy Jerusalem." "Who's so full of the life to come, who cannot think of the present. Now I, yo see, am bound to do the best I can here. I think a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush; so them's the different views we take on the strike question." "But," said Margaret, "if the people struck, as you call it, where I come from, as they are mostly all field labourers, the seed would not be sown, the hay got in, the corn reaped." "Well?" said he. He had resumed his pipe, and put his "well" in the form of an interrogation. "Why," she went on, "what would become of the farmers?" He puffed away. "I reckon they'd either have to give up their farms, or to give a fair rate of wage." "Suppose they could not, or would not do the last. They could not give up their farms all in a minute, however much they might like to do so. But they would have no hay, no corn to sell that year, and where would the money come from to pay the labourers' wages the next? Still puffing away. At last he said: "I know nought of your ways down south. I have heerd they're a pack o' spiritless, downtrodden men, welly clemmed to death, too much dazed with clemming to know when they're put upon. Now, it's not so here. We known when we're put upon, and we'n too much blood in us to stand it. We just take our hands from our looms, and say, 'You may clem us, but you'll not put upon us, my masters.' And be danged to 'em, they shan't this time." "I wish I lived down south," said Bessy. "There's a great deal to bear there," said Margaret. "There are sorrows to bear everywhere. There is very hard bodily labour to be gone through, with very little food to give strength." "But it's out of doors," said Bessy, "and away from the endless, endless noise, and sickening heat. It's sometimes in heavy rain, and sometimes in bitter cold. A young person can stand it, but an old man gets racked with rheumatism, and bent and withered before his time; yet he must work on the same, or else go to the workhouse."
"I thought you were so taken with the ways of the south country."
"So I am," said Margaret, smiling a little, as she found herself thus caught. "I only mean, Bessy, there's good and bad in everything in this world; and as you've felt the bad up here, I thought it was fair you should know the bad down there."
"And you say they never strike down there?"
asked Nicholas abruptly. "No," said Margaret. "I think they have too much sense."
"And I think,"
replied he, dashing the ashes out of his pipe with so much vehemence that it broke,
"it's not that they've too much sense, but that they've too little spirit."
"Oh, father," said Bessy, "what have ye gained by striking? Think of that first strike when mother died; how we all had to clem, you the worst of all; and yet many a one went in every week at the same wage, till all were gone in that there was work for, and some went beggars all their lives at after."
"Ay," said he, "that there strike was badly managed. Folk got into the management of it, as were either fools or not true men. You'll see, it'll be different this time."
"But all this time you've not told me what you're striking for," said Margaret again.
"Why, yo see, there's 5 or 6 masters who have set themselves again paying the wages they've been paying these 2 years past, and flourishing upon, and getting richer upon; and now they've come to us, and say we're to take less; and we won't. We'll just clem them to death first, and see who'll work for 'em then. They'll have killed the goose that laid 'em the golden eggs, I reckon."
"And so you plan dying, in order to be revenged upon them?"
"No," said he, "I dunnot. I just look forward to the chance of dying at my post sooner than yield. That's what folks call fine and honourable in a soldier; and why not in a poor weaver chap?"
"But," said Margaret, "a soldier dies in the cause of the nation, in the cause of others."
He laughed grimly. "My lass," said he, "you're but a young wench; and don't yo' think I can keep 3 people, that's Bessy, Mary, and me, on 16 shillings a week? Dun yo' think it's for myself I'm striking work at this time? It's just as much in the cause of others as yon soldier; only m'appen the cause he dies for is just that of somebody he's never clapped eyes on, nor heerd on all his born days; while I take up John Boucher's case, as lives next door but one, wi' a sickly wife, and 8 childer, none of 'em factory age; and I don't take up his cause only, though he's a poor good for nought, as can only manage 2 looms at a time, but I take up the cause o' justice. Why are we to have less wage now, I ask, than 2 year ago?"
"Don't ask me," said Margaret. "I'm very ignorant. Ask some of your masters. Surely they will give you a reason for it. It's not merely an arbitrary decision of theirs, come to without reason."
"You're just a foreigner, and nothing more," said he, contemptuously. "Much yo' know about it. Ask the masters. They'd tell us to mind our own business, and they'd mind theirs. Our business being, yo' understand, to take the bated wage, and be thankful; and their business, to bait us down to clemming point to swell their profits. That's what it is." "But," said Margaret, determined not to give way, although she saw she was irritating him, "the state of trade may be such, as not to enable them to give you the same remuneration."
"State o' trade! That's just a piece of masters' humbug. It's rate o' wages I was talking of. The masters keep the state o' trade in their own hands, and just walk it forward like a black bugaboo, to frighten naughty children with into being good. I tell yo' it's their part their cue, as some folks call it to beat us down, to swell their fortunes; and it's ours to stand up and fight hard, not for ourselves alone, but for them round about us, for justice and fair play. We help to make their profits, and we ought to help spend 'em. It's not that we want their brass so much this time, as we've done many a time afore. We'n getten money laid by, and we're resolved to stand and fall together. Not a man on us will go in for less wage than the Union says is our due. So I say, hooray for the strike, and let Thornton, and Slickson, and Hamper, and their set look to it."
"Thornton?" said Margaret. "Mr. Thornton, of Marlborough Street?"
"Ay, Thornton o' Marlborough Mill, as we call him."
"He is one of the masters you are striving with, is he not? What sort of a master is he?"
"Do you ever see a bull dog? Set a bull dog on hind legs, and dress him up in coat and breeches, and yo'n just getten John Thornton."
"Nay," said Margaret, laughing, "I deny that. Mr. Thornton is plain enough, but he's not like a bull dog, with its short broad nose, and snarling upper lip."
"No, not in look, I grant yo'. But let John Thornton get hold of a notion, and he'll stick to it like a bull dog. You might pull him away with a pitchfork ere he'd leave to go. He's worth fighting with, is John Thornton. As for Slickson, I take it some of these days he'll wheedle his men back with fair promises, that they'll just get cheated out of as soon as they're in his power again. He'll work his fines well out on 'em, I'll warrant. He's as slippery as an eel, he is. He's like a cat, as sleek, and cunning, and fierce. It'll never be an honest up and down fight with him, as it will be with Thornton. Thornton's as dour as a door nail; an obstinate chap, every inch on him, the old bull dog."
"Poor Bessy!" said Margaret, turning round to her. "You sigh over it all. You don't like struggling and fighting as your father does, do you?" "No," she said heavily. "I'm sick on it. I could have wished to have had other talk about me in my latter days, than just the clashing and clanging and clattering, that has wearied a' my life long, about work and wages, and masters, and hands, and knobsticks. Poor wench! Latter days be farred. Thou'rt looking a sight better already for a little stir and change. Beside, I shall be a deal here to make it more lively for thee." "Tobacco smoke chokes me," she said querulously.
"Then I'll never smoke no more in the house," he replied, tenderly.
"But why didst thou not tell me afore, thou foolish wench?" She did not speak for a while, and then so low that only Margaret heard her. "I reckon he'll want a' the comfort he can get out o' either pipe or drink afore he's done." Her father went out of doors, evidently to finish his pipe. Bessy said passionately, "Now am I not a fool? Am I not, miss? There! I knew I ought to keep father at home, and away fra' the folk that are always ready to tempt a man, in time o' strike, to go drink. And there my tongue must needs quarrel wi' this pipe o' his'n. And he'll go off, I know he will, as often as he wants to smoke; and nobody knows where it'll end. I wish I'd let myself be choked first." "But does your father drink?" asked Margaret.
"No, not to say drink," replied she, still in the same wild excited tone. "But what win ye have? There are days with you, as with other folk, I suppose, when yo' get up and go through the hours, just longing for a bit of change, a bit of fillip, as it were. I know I ha' gone and bought a 4 pounder, out to another baker's shop to common on such days, just because I sickened at the thought of going on for ever wi' the same sight in my eyes, and the same sound in my ears, and the same taste in my mouth, and the same thought, or no thought for that matter, in my head, day after day, for ever. I've longed for to be a man to go spreeing, even it were only to tramp to some new place in search o' work. And father, all men, have it stronger in 'em than me to get tired o' sameness and work for ever. And what is 'em to do? It's little blame to them if they go to th' gin shop for to make their blood flow quicker, and more lively, and to see things they never see at no other time pictures, and looking glass, and such like. But father never was a drunkard, though maybe he's got worse for drink, now and then. Only yo' see," and now her voice took a mournful pleading tone, "at times o' strike there's much to knock a man down, for all they start so hopefully; and where's the comfort to come fro'? He'll get angry and mad they all do and then they get tired out wi' being angry and mad, and maybe ha' done things in their passion they'd be glad to forget. Bless your sweet pitiful face, but yo' don't know what a strike is yet." "Come, Bessy," said Margaret. "I won't say you're exaggerating, because I don't know enough about it; but perhaps as you're not well, you're only looking on one side, and there is another and brighter to be looked to." "It's all well enough for yo' to say, who have lived in pleasant green places all your life long, and never known want or care, or wickedness either, for that matter." "Take care," said Margaret, her cheek flushing, and her eyes lightening, "how you judge, Bessy. I shall go home to my mother, who is so ill, Bessy, that there's no outlet but death for her out of the prison of her great suffering. And yet I must speak cheerfully to my father, who has no notion of her real state, and to whom the knowledge must come gradually. The only person, the only one who could sympathise with me and help me, whose presence could comfort my mother more than any other earthly thing, is falsely accused, would run the risk of death if he came to see his dying mother. This I tell you, only you, Bessy. You must not mention it. No other person in Milton, hardly any other person in England knows. Have I not care? Do I not know anxiety, though I go about well dressed, and have food enough? Oh, Bessy, God is just, and our lots are well portioned out by Him, although none but He knows the bitterness of our souls." "I ask your pardon," replied Bessy, humbly. "Sometimes, when I've thought o' my life, and the little pleasure I've had in it, I've believed that, maybe, I was one of those doomed to die by the falling of a star from heaven. And the name of the star's called Wormwood; and the third part of the waters became wormwood, and men died of the waters, because they were made bitter. One can bear pain and sorrow better if one thinks it has been prophesied long before for one. Somehow, then it seems as if my pain was needed for the fulfilment; otherways it seems all sent for nothing." "Nay, Bessy, think," said Margaret. "God does not willingly afflict. Don't dwell so much on the prophecies, but read the clearer parts of the Bible." "I dare say it would be wiser; but where would I hear such grand words of promise? Hear tell o' anything so far different fro' this dreary world, and this town above a', as in Revelations? Many's the time I've repeated the verses in the 7th chapter to myself, just for the sound. It's as good as an organ, and as different from every day, too. No, I cannot give up Revelations. It gives me more comfort than any other book i' the Bible." "Let me come and read you some of my favourite chapters." "Ay," said she, greedily, "come. Father will maybe hear you. He's devilled wi' me talking, and he says it's all nought to do with the things o' the day, and that's his business." "Where's your sister?" "Gone fustian cutting. I were loath to let her go, but somehow we must live. and the Union can't afford us much. Now I must go. You have done me good, Bessy." "I done you good?" "Yes. I came here very sad, and rather too apt to think my own cause for grief was the only one in the world; and now I hear how you have had to bear for years, and that makes me stronger." "Bless yo'! I thought a' the good doing was on the side of gentlefolk. I shall get proud if I think I can do good to you." "You won't do it if you think about it; but you'll only puzzle yourself if you do, that's one comfort. Yo're not like no one I ever seed. I dunno what to make o' yo'." "Nor I of myself. Good bye." Bessy stilled her rocking to gaze after her. "I wonder if there are many folk like her down south. She's like a breath of country air, somehow. She freshens me up above a bit. Who'd ha' thought that face, as bright and as strong as the angel I dream of, could have known the sorrow she speaks on? I wonder how she'll sin. All of us must sin. I think a deal on her, for sure; but father does the like, I see. And Mary even. It's not often who's stirred up to notice much." CHAPTER 18. Likes and Dislikes. My heart revolts within me, and two voices make themselves audible within my bosom. Wallenstein. On Margaret's return home she found two letters on the table. One was a note for her mother. The other, which had come by post, was evidently from her Aunt Shaw, covered with foreign postmarks, thin, silvery, and rustling. She took up the other, and was examining it when her father came in suddenly.
"So your mother is tired, and gone to bed early. I'm afraid such a thundery day was not the best in the world for the doctor to see her. What did he say? Dixon tells me he spoke to you about her."
Margaret hesitated. Her father's looks became more grave and anxious.
"He does not think her seriously ill?"
"Not at present. She needs care, he says. He was very kind, and said he would call again, and see how his medicines worked."
"Only care? He did not recommend change of air? He did not say the smoky town was doing her any harm, did he, Margaret?"
"No, not a word," she replied, gravely. "He was anxious, I think."
"Doctors have that anxious manner. It's professional," said he.
Margaret saw, in her father's nervous ways, that the first impression of possible danger was made upon his mind, in spite of all his making light of what she told him. He could not forget the subject, could not pass from it to other things. He kept recurring to it through the evening, with an unwillingness to receive even the slightest unfavourable idea, which made Margaret inexpressibly sad. "This letter's from Aunt Shaw, papa. She has got to Naples, and finds it too hot, so she has taken apartments at Sorrento; but I don't think she likes Italy."
"He did not say anything about diet, did he?"
"It was to be nourishing and digestible. Mamma's appetite is pretty good, I think."
"Yes; and that's what makes it all the more strange he should have thought of speaking about diet."
"I asked him, papa." Another pause. Then Margaret went on. "Aunt Shaw says she has sent me some coral ornaments, papa; but," added Margaret, half smiling, "she's afraid the Milton Dissenters won't appreciate them. She has got all her ideas of Dissenters from the Quakers, has not she?"
"If you ever hear or notice that your mother wishes for anything, be sure you let me know. I am so afraid she does not tell me always what she would like. Pray, see after that girl Mrs. Thornton named. If we had a good, efficient house servant, Dixon could be constantly with her; and I'd answer for it, we'd soon set her up amongst us, if care will do it. She's been very much tired of late, with the hot weather, and the difficulty of getting a servant. A little rest will put her quite to rights, eh, Margaret?"
"I hope so," said Margaret, but so sadly that her father took notice of it. He pinched her cheek.
Come, if you look so pale as this, I must rouge you up a little. Take care of yourself, child, or you'll be wanting the doctor next." But he could not settle to anything that evening. He was continually going backwards and forwards, on laborious tiptoe, to see if his wife was still asleep. Margaret's heart ached at his restlessness, his trying to stifle and strangle the hideous fear that was looming out of the dark places of his heart. He came back at last, somewhat comforted. "She's awake now, Margaret. She quite smiled as she saw me standing by her, just her old smile, and she says she feels refreshed, and ready for tea. Where's the note for her? She wants to see it. I'll read it to her while you make tea." The note proved to be a formal invitation from Mrs. Thornton to Mr., Mrs. and Miss Hale to dinner, on the 21st instant. Margaret was surprised to find an acceptance contemplated, after all she had learnt of sad probabilities during the day. But so it was. The idea of her husband's and daughter's going to this dinner had quite captivated Mrs. Hale's fancy, even before Margaret had heard the contents of the note. It was an event to diversify the monotony of the invalid's life, and she clung to the idea of their going, with even fretful pertinacity when Margaret objected. "Nay, Margaret, if she wishes it, I'm sure we'll both go willingly. She would never wish it unless she felt herself really stronger, really better than we thought she was, Margaret?" said Mr. Hale anxiously, as she prepared to write the note of acceptance the next day. Margaret?" questioned he, with a nervous motion of his hands. It seemed cruel to refuse him the comfort he craved for; and besides, his passionate refusal to admit the existence of fear almost inspired Margaret herself with hope. "I do think she is better since last night," said she. Her eyes looked brighter, and her complexion clearer. "God bless you!" said her father earnestly. "But is it true? Yesterday was so sultry every one felt ill. It was a most unlucky day for Mr. Donaldson to see her on." So he went away to his day's duties, now increased by the preparation of some lectures he had promised to deliver to the working people at a neighbouring lyceum. He had chosen ecclesiastical architecture as his subject, rather more in accordance with his own taste and knowledge than as falling in with the character of the place, or the desire for particular kinds of information among those to whom he was to lecture. And the institution itself, being in debt, was only too glad to get a gratis course from an educated and accomplished man like Mr. Hale, let the subject be what it might. "Well, mother," asked Mr. Thornton that night, "who have accepted your invitations for the 21st?" "Fanny, where are the notes? The Slicksons accepted, Collingbrooks accept, Stevensons accept, Browns decline. Hales, father and daughter, come, mother too great an invalid. Macphersons come, Mr. Horsfall, and Mr. Young. I was thinking of asking the Porters, as the Browns can't come." "Very good. Do you know, I'm really afraid Mrs. Hale is very far from well, from what Dr. Donaldson says." "It's strange of them to accept a dinner invitation if she's very ill," said Fanny. "I didn't say very ill," said her brother, rather sharply. "I only said very far from well. They may not know it either." And then he suddenly remembered that, from what Dr. Donaldson had told him, Margaret, at any rate, must be aware of the exact state of the case. "Very probably they are quite aware of what you said yesterday, John, of the great advantage it would be to them, to Mr. Hale, I mean, to be introduced to such people as the Stevensons and the Collingbrooks." "I am sure that motive will not influence them. No, I think I understand how it is." "John," said Fanny, laughing in her little weak, nervous way, "how you profess to understand these Hales, and how you will never allow that we can know anything about them. Are they really so very different to most people one meets with?" She did not mean to vex him, but if she had intended it, she could not have done it more thoroughly. He chafed in silence, however, not deigning to reply to her question.
They do not seem to me out of the common way," said Mrs. Thornton. "He appears a worthy kind of man enough, rather too simple for trade. So perhaps it's as well he should have been a clergyman first, and now a teacher. She's a bit of a fine lady, with her invalidism. And as for the girl, she's the only one who puzzles me when I think about her, which I don't often do. She seems to have a great notion of giving herself airs, and I can't make out why. I could almost fancy she thinks herself too good for her company at times. And yet they're not rich. From all I can hear they never have been. And she's not accomplished, mamma. She can't play." "Go on, Fanny. What else does she want to bring her up to your standard?" "Nay, John," said his mother. "That speech of Fanny's did no harm. I myself heard Miss Hale say she could not play. If you would let us alone, we could perhaps like her, and see her merits." "I'm sure I never could," murmured Fanny, protected by her mother. Mr. Thornton heard, but did not care to reply. He was walking up and down the dining room, wishing that his mother would order candles, and allow him to set to work at either reading or writing, and so put a stop to the conversation. But he never thought of interfering in any of the small domestic regulations that Mrs. Thornton observed, in habitual remembrance of her old economies. "Mother," said he, stopping, and bravely speaking out the truth, "I wish you would like Miss Hale." "Why?" asked she, startled by his earnest, yet tender manner. "You're never thinking of marrying her a girl without a penny?" "She would never have me," said he, with a short laugh. "No, I don't think she would," answered his mother. "She laughed at my face when I praised her for speaking out something Mr. Bell had said in your favour. I liked the girl for doing it so frankly, for it made me sure she had no thought of you; and the next minute she vexed me so by seeming to think well, never mind. Only you're right in saying she's too good an opinion of herself to think of you. The saucy jade! I should like to know where she'd find a better." If these words hurt her son, the dusky light prevented him from betraying any emotion. In a minute he came up quite cheerfully to his mother, and putting one hand lightly on her shoulder, said: "Well, I'm just as much convinced of the truth of what you have been saying as you can be; and as I have no thought or expectation of ever asking her to be my wife, you'll believe me for the future that I'm quite disinterested in speaking about her. I foresee trouble for that girl, perhaps want of motherly care; and I only wish you to be ready to be a friend to her, in case she needs one. Now, Fanny," said he, "I trust you have delicacy enough to understand, that it is as great an injury to Miss Hale as to me; in fact, she would think it a greater, to suppose that I have any reason, more than I now give, for begging you and my mother to show her every kind attention." "I cannot forgive her pride," said his mother. "I will befriend her, if there is need, for your asking, John. I would befriend Jezebel herself, if you asked me. But this girl, who turns up her nose at us all, who turns up her nose at you " "Nay, mother, I have never yet put myself, and I mean never to put myself, within reach of her contempt." "Contempt indeed!" (one of Mrs. Thornton's expressive snorts). "Don't go on speaking of Miss Hale, John, if I've to be kind to her. When I'm with her, I don't know if I like or dislike her most; but when I think of her, and hear you talk of her, I hate her. I can see she's given herself airs to you, as well as you'd told me out." "And if she has," said he, and then he paused for a moment, then went on: "I'm not a lad, to be cowed by a proud look from a woman, or to care for her misunderstanding me and my position. I can laugh at it." "To be sure! And at her too, with her fine notions and haughty tosses." "I only wonder why you talk so much about her, then," said Fanny. "I'm sure, I'm tired enough of the subject." "Well," said her brother, with a shade of bitterness. Suppose we find some more agreeable subject. What do you say to a strike, by way of something pleasant to talk about?" "Have the hands actually turned out?" asked Mrs. Thornton, with vivid interest. "Harper's men are actually out. Mine are working out their week, through fear of being prosecuted for breach of contract. I've had every one of them up and punished for it, that left his work before his time was out." "The law expenses would have been more than the hands themselves were worth. A set of ungrateful naughts!" said his mother. "To be sure. But I'd have shown them how I kept my word, and how I mean them to keep theirs. They know me by this time. Slickson's men are off. Pretty certain he won't spend money in getting them punished. We're in for a turn out, mother." "I hope there are not many orders in hand." "Of course there are. They know that well enough. But they don't quite understand all, though they think they do." "What do you mean, John?" Candles had been brought, and Fanny had taken up her interminable piece of worsted work, over which she was yawning, throwing herself back in her chair, from time to time, to gaze at vacancy, and think of nothing at her ease. "Why," said he, "the Americans are getting their yarns so into the general market, that our only chance is producing them at a lower rate. If we can't, we may shut up shop at once, and hands and masters go alike on tramp. Yet these fools go back to the prices paid 3 years ago. Nay, some of their leaders quote Dickinson's prices now, though they know as well as we do, what with fines pressed out of their wages as no honourable man would extort them, and other ways which I for one would scorn to use, the real rate of wage paid at Dickinson's is less than at ours. Upon my word, mother, I wish the old combination laws were in force. It's too bad to find out that fools, ignorant wayward men like these, just by uniting their weak silly heads, are to rule over the fortunes of those who bring all the wisdom that knowledge and experience, and often painful thought and anxiety, can give. The next thing will be indeed, we're all but come to it now that we shall have to go and stand hat in hand, and humbly ask the Secretary of the Spinners' Union to be so kind as to furnish us with labour at their own price. That's what they want. They, who haven't the sense to see that, if we don't get a fair share of the profits to compensate us for our wear and tear here in England, we can move off to some other country, and that, what with home and foreign competition, we are none of us likely to make above a fair share, and may be thankful enough if we can get that, in an average number of years." "Can't you get hands from Ireland? I wouldn't keep these fellows a day. I'd teach them that I was master, and could employ what servants I liked." "Yes, to be sure I can. And I will, too, if they go on long. It will be trouble and expense, and I fear there will be some danger; but I will do it, rather than give in." "If there is to be all this extra expense, I am sorry we're giving a dinner just now." "So am I. Not because of the expense, but because I shall have much to think about, and many unexpected calls on my time. But we must have had Mr. Horsfall, and he does not stay in Milton long. And as for the others, we owe them dinners, and it's all one trouble." He kept on with his restless walk, not speaking any more, but drawing a deep breath from time to time, as if endeavouring to throw off some annoying thought. Fanny asked her mother numerous small questions, all having nothing to do with the subject, which a wiser person would have perceived was occupying her attention. Consequently she received many short answers. She was not sorry when, at 10 o'clock, the servants filed in to prayers. These her mother always read, first reading a chapter. They were now working steadily through the Old Testament. When prayers were ended, and his mother had wished him a good night, with that long steady look of hers which conveyed no expression of the tenderness that was in her heart, but yet had the intensity of a blessing, Mr. Thornton continued his walk. All his business plans had received a check, a sudden pull up, from this approaching turn out. The forethought of many anxious hours was thrown away, utterly wasted by their insane folly, which would injure themselves even more than him, though no one could set any limit to the mischief they were doing. And these were the men who thought themselves fitted to direct the masters in the disposal of their capital! Hamper had said, only this very day, that if he were ruined by the strike, he would start life again, comforted by the conviction that those who brought it on were in a worse predicament than he himself, for he had head as well as hands, while they had only hands. And if they drove away their Margaret, they could not follow it, nor turn to anything else. But this thought was no consolation to Mr. Thornton. It might be that revenge gave him no pleasure. It might be that he valued the position he had earned with the sweat of his brow, so much that he keenly felt its being endangered by the ignorance or folly of others, so keenly that he had no thoughts to spare for what would be the consequences of their conduct to themselves. He paced up and down, setting his teeth a little now and then. At last it struck 2. The candles were flickering in their sockets. He lighted his own, muttering to himself, "Once for all, they shall know whom they have to deal with. I can give them a fortnight, no more. If they don't see their madness before the end of that time, I must have hands from Ireland. I believe it's Slickson's doing. Confound him, and his dodges! He thought he was overstocked, so he seemed to yield at first, when the deputation came to him. And of course, he only confirmed them in their folly, as he meant to do. That's where it spread from." CHAPTER 19. Angel Visits. As angels in some brighter dreams call to the soul when man doth sleep, so some strange thoughts transcend our wonted themes, and into glory peep. Henry Vaughan. Mrs. Hale was curiously amused and interested by the idea of the Thornton dinner party. She kept wondering about the details, with something of the simplicity of a little child, who wants to have all its anticipated pleasures described beforehand. But the monotonous life led by invalids often makes them like little children, inasmuch as they have neither of them any sense of proportion in events, and seem each to believe that the walls and curtains which shut in their world and shut out everything else, must of necessity be larger than anything hidden beyond. Besides, Mrs. Hale had had her vanities as a girl, and perhaps unduly felt their mortification when she became a poor clergyman's wife. They had been smothered and kept down, but they were not extinct; and she liked to think of seeing Margaret dressed for a party, and discussed what she should wear, with an unsettled anxiety that amused Margaret, who had been more accustomed to society in her one in Harley Street, than her mother in 25 years of Helstone. "Then you think you shall wear your white silk? Are you sure it will fit? It's nearly a year since Edith was married." "Oh yes, mamma. Mrs. Murray made it, and it's sure to be right. It may be a straw's breadth shorter or longer waisted, according to my having grown fat or thin, but I don't think I've altered in the least." "Hadn't you better let Dixon see it? It may have gone yellow with lying by." "If you like, mamma. But if the worst comes to the worst, I've a very nice pink gauze, which Aunt Shaw gave me, only 2 or 3 months before Edith was married. That can't have gone yellow." "No, but it may have faded." "Well, then I've a green silk. I feel more as if it was the embarrassment of riches." "I wish I knew what you ought to wear," said Mrs. Hale, nervously. Margaret's manner changed instantly. "Shall I go and put them on one after another, mamma, and then you could see which you liked best?" "But yes, perhaps that will be best." So off Margaret went. She was very much inclined to play some pranks when she was dressed up at such an unusual hour, to make her rich white silk balloon out into a cheese, to retreat backwards from her mother as if she were the queen; but when she found that these freaks of hers were regarded as interruptions to the serious business, and as such annoyed her mother, she became grave and sedate. What had possessed the world, her world, to fidget so about her dress, she could not understand. But that very afternoon, on naming her engagement to Bessy Higgins, apropos of the servant that Mrs. Thornton had promised to inquire about, Bessy quite roused up at the intelligence. "Dear! And are you going to dine at Thornton's, at Marlborough Mills?" "Yes, Bessy. Why are you so surprised?" "Oh, I dunno. But they visit wi' the first folk in Milton." "And you don't think that we're quite the first folk in Milton, eh, Bessy?" Bessy's cheeks flushed a little at her thought being thus easily read. "Well," said she, "yo' see, they thinken a deal o' money here, and I reckon you've not getten much." "No," said Margaret, "that's very true. But we are educated people, and have lived amongst educated people. Is there anything so wonderful in our being asked out to dinner by a man who owns himself inferior to my father by coming to him to be instructed? I don't mean to blame Mr. Thornton. Few drapers' assistants, as he was once, could have made themselves what he is." "But can you give dinners back, in your small house? Thornton's house is 3 times as big." "Well, I think we could manage to give Mr. Thornton a dinner back, as you call it. Perhaps not in such a large room, nor with so many people; but I don't think we've thought about it at all in that way." "I never thought you'd be dining with the Thorntons," repeated Bessy. "Why, the mayor hisself dines there, and the members of Parliament, and all." "I think I could support the honour of meeting the Mayor of Milton." "But them ladies dress so grand," said Bessy, with an anxious look at Margaret's print gown, which her Milton eyes appraised at 7d. a yard. Margaret's face dimpled up into a merry laugh. "Thank you, Bessy, for thinking so kindly about my looking nice among all the smart people. But I've plenty of grand gowns. A week ago, I should have said they were far too grand for anything I should ever want again. But as I'm to dine at Mr. Thornton's, and perhaps to meet the mayor, I shall put on my very best gown, you may be sure." "What win you wear?" asked Bessy, somewhat relieved. "White silk," said Margaret. "A gown I had for a cousin's wedding, a year ago." "That'll do," said Bessy, falling back in her chair. "I should be loath to have yo' looked down upon." "Oh, I'll be fine enough, if that will save me from being looked down upon in Milton." "I wish I could see you dressed up," said Bessy. "I reckon you're not what folk would call pretty; you've not red and white enough for that. But dun yo' know, I ha' dreamed o' yo' long afore I ever seed yo'." "Nonsense, Bessy." "Ay, but I did. Your very face, looking with your clear steadfast eyes out o' the darkness, with your hair blown off from your brow, and going out like rays round your forehead, which was just as smooth and as straight as it is now; and yo' always coming to give me strength, which I seemed to gather out o' your deep comforting eyes. And yo' were dressed in shining raiment, just as you're going to be dressed; so, yo' see, it was you." "Nay, Bessy," said Margaret, gently. "It was but a dream." "And why might I na dream a dream in my affliction as well as others? Did not many a one i' the Bible? Ay, and see visions too. Why, even my father thinks a deal o' dreams. I tell yo' again, I saw yo' as plainly, coming swiftly towards me, with your hair blown back with the very swiftness of the motion, just like the way it grows, a little standing off like, and the white shining dress on you've getten to wear. Let me come and see yo' in it. I want to see yo', and touch yo', as in very deed yo' were in my dream." "My dear Bessy, it's quite a fancy of yours." "Fancy or no fancy, you've come, as I knew yo' would, when I saw your movement in my dream; and when you're here about me, I reckon I feel easier in my mind, and comforted, just as a fire comforts one on a dree day. Yo' said it were on the 21st. Please God, I'll come and see yo'." "Oh, Bessy, you may come and welcome; but don't talk so. It really makes me sorry; it does indeed." "Then I'll keep it to myself, if I bite my tongue out. Not but what it's true for all that." Margaret was silent. At last she said, Let us talk about it sometimes, if you think it true. But not now. Tell me, has your father turned out?" "Ay," said Bessy, heavily, in a manner very different from that she had spoken in but a minute or two before. "He and many another, all Hamper's men, and many a one beside. The women are as bad as the men, in their savageness, this time. Food is high, and they mun have food for their childer, I reckon. Suppose Thorntons set 'em their dinner out, the same money, spent on potatoes and meal, would keep many a crying babby quiet, and hush up its mother's heart for a bit." "Don't speak so," said Margaret. "You make me feel wicked and guilty in going to this dinner." "No," said Bessy. "Some's pre elected to sumptuous feasts, and purple and fine linen. May be you're one on 'em. Others toil and moil all their lives long, and the very dogs are not pitiful in our days, as they were in the days of Lazarus. But if you ask me to cool your tongue with the tip of my finger, I'll come across the great gulf to you, just for the thought o' what you've been to me here." "Bessy, you're very feverish. I can tell it in the touch of your hand, as well as in what you're saying. It won't be division enough, in that awful day, that some of us have been beggars here, and some of us have been rich. We shall not be judged by that poor accident, but by our faithful following of Christ." Margaret got up, and found some water, and soaking her pocket handkerchief in it, she laid the cool wetness on Bessy's forehead, and began to chafe the stone cold feet. Bessy shut her eyes, and allowed herself to be soothed. At last she said: "You'd ha' been delved out o' your five wits, as well as me, if you'd had one body after another coming in to ask for father, and staying to tell me each one their tale. Some spoke a deadly hatred, and made my blood run cold, wi' the terrible things they said o' the masters; but more, being women, kept plaining, wi' the tears running down their cheeks, and never wiped away nor heeded; of the price o' meat, and how their children could not sleep at nights for the hunger." "And do they think the strike will mend this?" asked Margaret. "They say so," replied Bessy. "They do say trade has been good for long, and the masters has no end o' money. How much father doesn't know; but, in course, the Union does, and, as is natural, they wanten their share o' the profits, now that food is getting dear; and the Union says they'll not be doing their duty if they don't make the masters give 'em their share. But masters has getten the upper hand somehow, and I'm feared they'll keep it now and for evermore. It's like the great battle o' Armageddon, the way they keep on, grinning and fighting at each other, till even while they fight, they are picked off into the pit." Just then Nicholas Higgins came in. He caught his daughter's last words. "Ay, and I'll fight on too, and I'll get it this time. It'll not take long for to make 'em give in, for they've gotten a pretty lot of orders, all under contract, and they'll soon find out they'd better give us our 5% than lose the profit they'll gain, let alone the fine for not filling the contract. Aha! My masters! I know who'll win." Margaret fancied from his manner that he must have been drinking, not so much from what he said, as from the excited way in which he spoke; and she was rather confirmed in this idea by the evident anxiety Bessy showed to hasten her departure. Bessy said to her: "The 21st, that's Thursday week. I may come and see yo' dressed for Thornton's, I reckon. What time is your dinner?" Before Margaret could answer, Higgins broke out: "Thornton's! Are to going to dine at Thornton's? Ask him to give yo' a bumper to the success of his orders. By the 21st, I reckon, he'll be pottered in his brains how to get 'em done in time. Tell him, there's 700'll come marching into Marlborough Mills, the morning after he gives the 5%, and will help him through his contract in no time. You'll have 'em all there. My master, Hamper, he's one of the old fashioned sort; ne'er meets a man 'bout an oath or a curse. I should think he were going to die if he spoke me civil. But arter all, his bark's waur than his bite; and yo' may tell him one o' his turn outs said so, if yo' like.
"Eh! but you'll have a lot of prize mill owners at Thornton's. I should like to get speech o' them, when they're a bit inclined to sit still after dinner, and couldna run for the life on 'em. I'd tell 'em my mind. I'd speak up again the hard way they're driving on us."
"Good bye," said Margaret, hastily. "Good bye, Bessy. I shall look to see you on the 21st, if you're well enough." The medicines and treatment which Dr. Donaldson had ordered for Mrs. Hale did her so much good at first that not only she herself, but Margaret, began to hope that he might have been mistaken, and that she could recover permanently. As for Mr. Hale, although he had never had an idea of the serious nature of their apprehensions, he triumphed over their fears with an evident relief, which proved how much his glimpse into the nature of them had affected him. Only Dixon croaked for ever into Margaret's ear. However, Margaret defied the raven, and would hope. They needed this gleam of brightness indoors, for out of doors, even to their uninstructed eyes, there was a gloomy brooding appearance of discontent. Mr. Hale had his own acquaintances among the working men, and was so depressed with their earnestly told tales of suffering and long endurance. They would have scorned to speak of what they had to bear to any one who might, from his position, have understood it without their words. But here was this man, from a distant country, who was perplexed by the workings of the system into the midst of which he was thrown; and each was eager to make him a judge, and to bring witness of his own causes for irritation. Then Mr. Hale brought all his budget of grievances, and laid it before Mr. Thornton, for him, with his experience as a master, to arrange them, and explain their origin; which he always did, on sound economical principles, showing that, as trade was conducted, there must always be a waxing and waning of commercial prosperity, and that in the waning a certain number of masters, as well as of men, must go down into ruin, and be no more seen among the ranks of the happy and prosperous. He spoke as if this consequence were so entirely logical, that neither employers nor employed had any right to complain if it became their fate; the employer to turn aside from the race he could no longer run, with a bitter sense of incompetency and failure, wounded in the struggle, trampled down by his fellows in their haste to get rich, slighted where he once was honoured, humbly asking for, instead of bestowing, employment with a lordly hand. Of course, speaking so of the fate that, as a master, might be his own in the fluctuations of commerce, he was not likely to have more sympathy with that of the workmen, who were passed by in the swift merciless improvement or alteration, which would fain lie down and quietly die out of the world that needed them not, but felt as if they could never rest in their graves, for the clinging cries of the beloved and helpless they would leave behind; who envied the power of the wild bird, that can feed her young with her very heart's blood. Margaret's whole soul rose up against him when he reasoned in this way, as if commerce were everything and humanity nothing. She could hardly thank him for the individual kindness which brought him that very evening to offer her, for the delicacy which made him understand that he must offer her privately, every convenience for illness that his own wealth or his mother's foresight had caused them to accumulate in their household, and which, as he learnt from Dr. Donaldson, Mrs. Hale might possibly require. His presence, after the way he had spoken, his bringing before her the doom which she was vainly trying to persuade herself might yet be averted from her mother, all conspired to set Margaret's teeth on edge, as she looked at him and listened to him. What business had he to be the only person, except Dr. Donaldson and Dixon, admitted to the awful secret, which she held shut up in the most dark and sacred recess of her heart, not daring to look at it, unless she invoked heavenly strength to bear the sight; that, some day soon, she should cry aloud for her mother, and no answer would come out of the blank, dumb darkness? Yet he knew all. She saw it in his pitying eyes. She heard it in his grave and tremulous voice. How reconcile those eyes, that voice, with the hard reasoning, dry, merciless way in which he laid down axioms of trade, and serenely followed them out to their full consequences. The discord jarred upon her inexpressibly; the more because of the gathering woe of which she heard from Bessy. To be sure, Nicholas Higgins, the father, spoke differently. He had been appointed a committeeman, and said that he knew secrets of which the exoteric knew nothing. He said this more expressly and particularly on the very day before Mrs. Thornton's dinner party, when Margaret, going in to speak to Bessy, found him arguing the point with Boucher, the neighbour of whom she had frequently heard mention, and as by turns exciting Higginson's compassion, as an unskilful workman with a large family depending on him for support, and at other times enraging his more energetic and sanguine neighbour by his want of what the latter called spirit. It was very evident that Higgins was in a passion when Margaret entered. Boucher stood, with both hands on the rather high mantelpiece, swaying himself a little on the support which his arms, thus placed, gave him, and looking wildly into the fire, with a kind of despair that irritated Higgins, even while it went to his heart. Bessy was rocking herself violently backwards and forwards, as was her wont, Margaret knew by this time, when she was agitated. Her sister Mary was tying on her bonnet, in great clumsy bows, as suited her great clumsy fingers, to go to her fustian cutting, blubbering out loud the while, and evidently longing to be away from a scene that distressed her. Margaret came in upon this scene. She stood for a moment at the door; then, her finger on her lips, she stole to a seat on the squab near Bessy. Nicholas saw her come in, and greeted her with a gruff but not unfriendly nod. Mary hurried out of the house, catching gladly at the open door, and crying aloud when she got away from her father's presence. It was only John Boucher that took no notice whatever of who came in and who went out. "It's no use, Higgins. Hoo cannot live long i' this'n. Hoo's just sinking away; not for want of meat hersel, but because hoo cannot stand the sight of the little ones clemming. Ay, clemming. 5 shillings a week may do well enough for thee, with but 2 mouths to fill, and one on 'em a wench who can welly earn her own meat. But it's clemming to us. And I tell thee plain, if hoo dies, as I'm feared hoo will afore we're getten the 5 per cent., I'll fling the money back in the master's face, and say, 'Be doomed to ye; be doomed to the whole cruel world o' ye, that could na leave me the best wife that ever bore childer to a man.' And look thee, lad, I'll hate thee, and the whole pack o' the Union. Ay, and chase yo through heaven with my hatred. I will, lad, I will, if yo're leading me astray in this matter. Thou saidst, Nicholas, on Wednesday sennight, and now it's Tuesday o' the second week, that afore a fortnight we'd ha' the masters come a begging to us to take back our work, at our own wage. And time's nearly up, and there's our lile Jack lying a bed, too weak to cry, but just every now and then sobbing up his heart for want of food. Our lile Jack, I tell thee, lad, who's never looked up sin he was born, and who loves him as if he were her very life, as he is, for I reckon he'll ha' cost me that precious price, our lile Jack, who wakened me each morn wi' putting his sweet little lips to my great rough foul face, a seeking a smooth place to kiss. And he lies clemming." Here the deep sobs choked the poor man, and Nicholas looked up, with eyes brimful of tears, to Margaret, before he could gain courage to speak. "Hold up, man. The lile Jack shall na clem. I ha' getten brass, and we'll go buy the chap a sup o' milk and a good 4-pounder this very minute. What's mine's thine, sure enough. I thou'st I want. Only dunna lose heart, man," continued he, as he fumbled in a teapot for what money he had. "I lay yo' my heart and soul we'll win for a' this. It's but bearing on one more week, and yo'll just see the way the masters'll come round, praying on us to come back to our mills. And the Union, that's to say, I, will take care you've everything for the childer and the missus. So dunnot turn faint heart, and go to the tyrants a seeking work." The man turned round at these words, turned round a face so white and gaunt, and tear furrowed, and hopeless, that its very calm forced Margaret to weep. "Yo' know well, that a worser tyrant than e'er the masters were says, 'Clem to death, and see 'em may clem to death, ere yo' dare go again the Union.' Yo' know it well, Nicholas, for you're one on 'em. Yo' may be kind hearts, each separate, but once band together, you've no more pity for a man than a wild, hunger maddened wolf." Nicholas had his hand on the lock of the door. He stopped and turned round on Boucher, close following. "So help me God, man alive, if I think not I'm doing best for thee, and for all on us. If I'm going wrong when I think I'm going right, it's their sin, who ha' left me where I am, in my ignorance. I ha' thought till my brains ached. Belie me, John, I have. And I say again, there's no hope for us but having faith i' the Union. They'll win the day, see if they dunnot." Not one word had Margaret or Bessy spoken. They had hardly uttered the sighing, that the eyes of each called to the other to bring up from the depths of her heart. At last Bessy said, "I never thought to hear father call on God again. But yo' heard him say, 'So help me God.'" "Yes," said Margaret. "Let me bring you what money I can spare. Let me bring you a little food for that poor man's children. Don't let them know it comes from any one but your father. It will be but little." Bessy lay back without taking any notice of what Margaret said. She did not cry, she only quivered up her breath. "My heart's drained dry o' tears," said she. "Boucher's been in these days past, a telling me of his fears and his troubles. He's but a weak kind o' chap, I know, but he's a man for a' that; and though I've been angry, many a time before now, wi' him and his wife, as knew no more nor how him to manage, yet, yo' see, all folks isn't wise, yet God lets 'em live. Ay, and gives 'em some one to love, and be loved by, just as good as Solomon. And, if sorrow comes to them they love, it hurts 'em as sore as e'er it did Solomon. I can't make it out. Perhaps it's as well such a one as Boucher has the Union to see after him. But I'd like for to see the mean as make the Union, and put 'em one by one face to face wi' Boucher. I reckon, if they heard him, they'd tell him, if I cotched 'em one by one, he might go back and get what he could for his work, even if it weren't so much as they ordered." Margaret sat utterly silent. How was she ever going to go away into comfort and forget that man's voice, with the tone of unutterable agony, telling more by far than his words of what he had to suffer? She took out her purse. She had not much in it of what she could call her own, but what she had she put into Bessy's hand, without speaking. "Thank yo'. There's many on 'em gets no more, and it's not so bad off; leastways, does not show it as he does. But father won't let 'em want, now he knows. Yo' see, Boucher's been pulled down wi' his childer, and her being so cranky, and a' they could pawn has gone this last 12 month. Yo're not to think we'd ha' letten 'em clem, for all we're a bit pressed oursel. If neighbours doesn't see after neighbours, I dunno who will." Bessy seemed almost afraid lest Margaret should think they had not the will and, to a certain degree, the power of helping one whom she evidently regarded as having a claim upon them. "Besides," she went on, "father is sure and positive the masters must give in within these next few days; that they canna hold out much longer. But I thank yo' all the same. I thank yo' for myself, as much as for Boucher, for it just makes my heart warm to yo' more and more." Bessy seemed much quieter to day, but fearfully languid and exhausted. As she finished speaking she looked so faint and weary that Margaret became alarmed. "It's nought," said Bessy. "It's not death yet. I had a fearful night wi' dreams, or somewhat like dreams, for I were wide awake, and I'm all in a swounding daze to day. Only yon poor chap made me alive again. No, it's not death yet, but death is not far off. Ay, cover me up, and I'll maybe sleep, if the cough will let me. Good night. Good afternoon, m'appen I should say, but the light is dim and misty to day. CHAPTER 20. Men and Gentlemen. Old and young, boy, let 'em all eat, I have it. Let 'em have 10 tire of teeth apiece, I care not. Rollo, Duke of Normandy. Margaret went home so painfully occupied with what she had heard and seen, that she hardly knew how to rouse herself up to the duties which awaited her, the necessity for keeping up a constant flow of cheerful conversation for her mother, who, now that she was unable to go out, always looked to Margaret's return from the shortest walk as bringing in some news. "And can that factory friend of yours come on Thursday, to see you dressed?" "She was so ill I never thought of asking her," said Margaret, dolefully. "Dear, everybody is ill now, I think," said Mrs. Hale, with a little of the jealousy which one invalid is apt to feel of another. "But it must be very sad to be ill in one of those little back streets," her kindly nature prevailing, and the old Helstone habits of thought returning. "It's bad enough here. What could you do for her, Margaret? Mr. Thornton has sent me some of his old port wine since you went out. Would a bottle of that do her good, think you?" "No, mamma. I don't believe they are very poor; at least, they don't speak as if they were. And, at any rate, Bessy's illness is consumption. She won't want wine. Perhaps I might take her a little preserve, made of our dear Helstone fruit. No, there's another family to whom I should like to give. Oh, mamma, mamma! How am I to dress up in my finery, and go off and away to smart places, after the sorrow I have seen to day?" exclaimed Margaret, bursting the bounds she had preordained for herself before she came in, and telling her mother of what she had seen and heard at Higgins's cottage. It distressed Mrs. Hale excessively; it made her restlessly irritated, till she could do something. She directed Margaret to pack up a basket in the very drawing room, to be sent there and then to the family, and was almost angry with her for saying, that it would not signify if it did not go till morning, as she knew Higgins had provided for their immediate wants, and she herself had left money with Bessy. Mrs. Hale called her unfeeling for saying this, and never gave herself breathing time till the basket was sent out of the house. Then she said, "After all, we may have been doing wrong. It was only the last time Mr. Thornton was here that he said those were not true friends who helped to prolong the struggle by assisting the turnouts. And this Boucher man was a turnout, was he not?" The question was referred to Mr. Hale by his wife when he came upstairs, fresh from giving a lesson to Mr. Thornton, which had ended in conversation, as was their wont. Margaret did not care if their gifts had prolonged the strike. She did not think far enough for that, in her present excited state. Mr. Hale listened, and tried to be as calm as a judge. He recalled all that had seemed so clear not half an hour before, as it came out of Mr. Thornton's lips, and then he made an unsatisfactory compromise. His wife and daughter had not only done quite right in this instance, but he did not see for a moment how they could have done otherwise. Nevertheless, as a general rule, it was very true what Mr. Thornton said, that as the strike, if prolonged, must end in the masters bringing hands from a distance, if, indeed, the final results were not, as it had often been before, the invention of some machine which would diminish the need of hands at all, why, it was clear enough that the kindest thing was to refuse all help which might bolster them up in their folly. But, as to this Boucher, he would go and see him first thing in the morning, and try and find out what could be done for him. Mr. Hale went the next morning, as he proposed. He did not find Boucher at home, but he had a long talk with his wife, promised to ask for an infirmary order for her, and seen the plenty provided by Mrs. Hale, and somewhat lavishly used by the children, who were masters downstairs in their father's absence. He came back with a more consoling and cheerful account than Margaret had dared to hope for. Indeed, what she had said the night before had prepared her father for so much worse a state of things that, by a reaction of his imagination, he described all as better than it really was. "But I will go again, and see the man himself," said Mr. Hale. "I hardly know as yet how to compare one of these houses with our Helstone cottages. I see furniture here which our labourers would never have thought of buying, and food commonly used which they would consider luxuries. Yet for these very families there seems no other resource, now that their weekly wages are stopped, but the pawn shop. One had need to learn a different language, and measure by a different standard, up here in Milton." Bessy, too, was rather better this day. Still she was so weak that she seemed to have entirely forgotten her wish to see Margaret dressed, if, indeed, that had not been the feverish desire of a half delirious state. Margaret could not help comparing this strange dressing of hers, to go where she did not care to be, her heart heavy with various anxieties, with the old, merry, girlish toiletries that she and Edith had performed scarcely more than a year ago. Her only pleasure now in decking herself out was in thinking that her mother would take delight in seeing her dressed. She blushed when Dixon, throwing the drawing room door open, made an appeal for admiration. "Miss Hale looks well, ma'am, doesn't she? Mrs. Shaw's coral couldn't have come in better. It just gives the right touch of colour, ma'am. Otherwise, Miss Margaret, you would have been too pale." Margaret's black hair was too thick to be plaited. It needed rather to be twisted round and round, and have its fine silkiness compressed into massive coils that encircled her head like a crown, and then were gathered into a large spiral knot behind. She kept its weight together by two large coral pins, like small arrows for length. Her white silk sleeves were looped up with strings of the same material, and on her neck, just below the base of her curved and milk white throat, there lay heavy coral beads. "Oh, Margaret, how I should like to be going with you to one of the old Barrington assemblies, taking you, as Lady Beresford used to take me." Margaret kissed her mother for this little burst of maternal vanity, but she could hardly smile at it, she felt so much out of spirits. "I would rather stay at home with you, much rather, mamma." "Nonsense, darling. Be sure you notice the dinner well. I shall like to hear how they manage these things in Milton, particularly the second course, dear. Look what they have instead of game." Mrs. Hale would have been more than interested, she would have been astonished, if she had seen the sumptuousness of the dinner table and its appointments. Margaret, with her London cultivated taste, felt the number of delicacies to be oppressive. One half of the quantity would have been enough, and the effect lighter and more elegant. But it was one of Mrs. Thornton's rigorous laws of hospitality, that of each separate dainty enough should be provided for all the guests to partake, if they felt inclined. Careless to abstemiousness in her daily habits, it was part of her pride to set a feast before such of her guests as cared for it. Her son shared this feeling. He had never known, though he might have imagined, and had the capability to relish, any kind of society but that which depended on an exchange of superb meals; and even now, though he was denying himself the personal expenditure of an unnecessary sixpence, and had more than once regretted that the invitations for this dinner had been sent out, still, as it was to be, he was glad to see the old magnificence of preparation. Margaret and her father were the first to arrive. Mr. Hale was anxiously punctual to the time specified. There was no one upstairs in the drawing room but Mrs. Thornton and Fanny. Every cover was taken off, and the apartment blazed forth in yellow silk damask and a brilliantly flowered carpet. Every corner seemed filled up with ornament, until it became a weariness to the eye, and presented a very strange contrast to the bald ugliness of the look out into the great mill yard, where wide folding gates were thrown open for the admission of carriages. The mill loomed high on the left hand side of the windows, casting a shadow down from its many stories, which darkened the summer evening before its time. "My son was engaged up to the last moment on business. He will be here directly, Mr. Hale. May I beg you to take a seat?" Mr. Hale was standing at one of the windows as Mrs. Thornton spoke. He turned away, saying,
"Don't you find such a close neighbourhood to the mill rather unpleasant at times?"
She drew herself up. "Never. I am not become so fine as to desire to forget the source of my son's wealth and power. Besides, there is not such another factory in Milton. One room alone is 220 square yards."
"I meant, that the smoke and noise, the constant going out and coming in of the workpeople, might be annoying."
"I agree with you, Mr. Hale," said Fanny. "There's a continual smell of steam and oily machinery, and the noise is perfectly deafening." "I have heard noise that was called music far more deafening. The engine room is at the street end of the factory. We hardly hear it, except in summer weather, when all the windows are open. And as for the continual murmur of the workpeople, it disturbs me no more than the humming of a hive of bees. If I think of it at all, I connect it with my son, and feel how all belongs to him, and that he is the head that directs it. Just now, there are no sounds to come from the mill. The hands have been ungrateful enough to turn out, as perhaps you have heard. But the very business, of which I spoke when you entered, had reference to the steps he is going to take to make them learn their place." The expression on her face, always stern, deepened into dark anger as she said this. Nor did it clear away when Mr. Thornton entered the room, for she saw, in an instant, the weight of care and anxiety which he could not shake off, although his guest received from him a greeting that appeared both cheerful and cordial. He shook hands with Margaret. He knew it was the first time their hands had met, though she was perfectly unconscious of the fact. He inquired after Mrs. Hale, and heard Mr. Hale's sanguine, hopeful account; and glancing at Margaret, to understand how far she agreed with her father, he saw that no dissenting shadow crossed her face. And as he looked with this intention, he was struck anew with her great beauty. He had never seen her in such dress before, and yet now it appeared as if such elegance of attire was so befitting her noble figure and lofty serenity of countenance, that she ought to go always thus apparelled. She was talking to Fanny, about what, he could not hear; but he saw his sister's restless way of continually arranging some part of her gown, her wandering eyes, now glancing here, now there, but without any purpose in her observation; and he contrasted them uneasily with the large soft eyes that looked forth steadily at one object, as if from out their light beamed some gentle influence of repose; the curving lines of the red lips, just parted in the interest of listening to what her companion said; the head a little bent forward, so as to make a long sweeping line from the summit, where the light caught on the glossy raven hair, to the smooth ivory tip of the shoulder; the round white arms, and taper hands, lightly laid across each other, but perfectly motionless in their pretty attitude. Mr. Thornton sighed, as he took in all this with one of his sudden comprehensive glances; and then he turned his back to the young ladies, and threw himself, with an effort, but with all his heart and soul, into a conversation with Mr. Hale. More people came more and more. Fanny left Margaret's side, and helped her mother to receive her guests. Mr. Thornton felt that in this influx no one was speaking to Margaret, and was restless under this apparent neglect. But he never went near her himself; he did not look at her; only, he knew what she was doing, or not doing, better than he knew the movements of any one else in the room. Margaret was so unconscious of herself, and so much amused by watching other people, that she never thought whether she was left unnoticed or not. Somebody took her down to dinner; she did not catch the name, nor did he seem much inclined to talk to her. There was a very animated conversation going on among the gentlemen. The ladies, for the most part, were silent, employing themselves in taking notes of the dinner, and criticising each other's dresses. Margaret caught the clue in the general conversation, grew interested, and listened attentively. Mr. Horsfall, the stranger, whose visit to the town was the original germ of the party, was asking questions relative to the trade and manufactures of the place; and the rest of the gentlemen, all Milton men, were giving him answers and explanations. Some dispute arose, which was warmly contested. It was referred to Mr. Thornton, who had hardly spoken before, but who now gave an opinion, the grounds of which were so clearly stated that even the opponents yielded. Margaret's attention was thus called to her host. His whole manner as master of the house, and entertainer of his friends, was so straightforward, yet simple and modest, as to be thoroughly dignified. Margaret thought she had never seen him to so much advantage. When he had come to their house, there had always been something, either of over eagerness or that kind of vexed annoyance which seemed ready to presuppose that he was unjustly judged, and yet felt too proud to try and make himself better understood. But now, among his fellows, there was no uncertainty as to his position. He was regarded by them as a man of great force of character, of power in many ways. There was no need to struggle for their respect. He had it, and he knew it; and the security of this gave a fine grand quietness to his voice and ways, which Margaret had missed before. He was not in the habit of talking to ladies, and what he did say was a little formal. To Margaret herself he hardly spoke at all. She was surprised to think how much she enjoyed this dinner. She knew enough now to understand many local interests, nay, even some of the technical words employed by the eager mill owners. She silently took a very decided part in the question they were discussing. At any rate, they talked in desperate earnest; not in the used up style that wearied her so in the old London parties. She wondered that with all this dwelling on the manufactures and trades of the place, no allusion was made to the strike then pending. She did not yet know how coolly such things were taken by the masters, as having only one possible end. To be sure, the men were cutting their own throats, as they had done many a time before; but if they would be fools, and put themselves into the hands of a rascally set of paid delegates, they must take the consequences. One or two thought Thornton looked out of spirits, and, of course, he must lose by this turn out. But it was an accident that might happen to themselves any day, and Thornton was as good to manage a strike as any one, for he was as iron a chap as any in Milton. The hands had mistaken their man in trying that dodge on him; and they chuckled inwardly at the idea of the workmen's discomfiture and defeat, in their attempt to alter one iota of what Thornton had decreed. It was rather dull for Margaret after dinner. She was glad when the gentlemen came, not merely because she caught her father's eye to brighten her sleepiness up, but because she could listen to something larger and grander than the petty interests which the ladies had been talking about. She liked the exultation in the sense of power which these Milton men had. It might be rather rampant in its display, and savour of boasting, but still they seemed to defy the old limits of possibility, in a kind of fine intoxication, caused by the recollection of what had been achieved, and what yet should be. In her cooler moments she might not approve of their spirit in all things; still there was much to admire in their forgetfulness of themselves and the present, in their anticipated triumphs over all inanimate matter at some future time which none of them should live to see. She was rather startled when Mr. Thornton spoke to her, close at her elbow. "I could see you were on our side in our discussion at dinner, were you not, Miss Hale?" "Certainly. But then I know so little about it. I was surprised, however, to find from what Mr. Horsfall said, that there were others who thought in so diametrically opposite a manner, as the Mr. Morrison he spoke about. He cannot be a gentleman, is he?" "I am not quite the person to decide on another's gentlemanliness, Miss Hale. I mean, I don't quite understand your application of the word. But I should say that this Morrison is no true man. I don't know who he is. I merely judge him from Mr. Horsfall's account." "I suspect my gentleman includes your true man." "And a great deal more, you would imply. I differ from you. A man to me is a higher and a completer being than a gentleman." "What do you mean?" asked Margaret. "We must understand the words differently." "I take it that 'gentleman' is a term that only describes a person in his relation to others; but when we speak of him as a man, we consider him not merely with regard to his fellow men, but in relation to himself, to life, to time, to eternity. A castaway lonely as Robinson Crusoe, a prisoner immured in a dungeon for life, nay, even a saint in Patmos, has his endurance, his strength, his faith, best described by being spoken of as a man. I am rather weary of this word gentlemanly, which seems to me to be often inappropriately used; and often, too, with such exaggerated distortion of meaning, while the full simplicity of the noun man and the adjective manly are unacknowledged, that I am induced to class it with the cant of the day." Margaret thought a moment; but before she could speak her slow conviction, he was called away by some of the eager manufacturers, whose speeches she could not hear, though she could guess at their import by the short clear answers Mr. Thornton gave, which came steady and firm as the boom of a distant minute gun. They were evidently talking of the turn out, and suggesting what course had best be pursued. She heard Mr. Thornton say: "That has been done." There came a hurried murmur, in which two or three joined. "All those arrangements have been made." Some doubts were implied, some difficulties named by Mr. Slickson, who took hold of Mr. Thornton's arm, the better to impress his words. Mr. Thornton moved slightly away, lifted his eyebrows a very little, and then replied: "I take the risk. You need not join in it unless you choose." Still some more fears were urged. "I am not afraid of anything so dastardly as incendiarism. We are open enemies, and I can protect myself from any violence that I apprehend; and I will assuredly protect all others who come to me for work. They know my determination by this time, as well and as fully as you do." Mr. Horsfall took him a little on one side, as Margaret conjectured, to ask him some other question about the strike; but, in truth, it was to inquire who she herself was, so quiet, so stately, and so beautiful. "A Milton lady?" he asked, as the name was given. "No; from the south of England Hampshire, I believe," was the cold indifferent answer. Mrs. Slickson was catechising Fanny on the same subject. "Who is that fine distinguished looking girl? A sister of Mr. Horsfall's?" "Oh dear, no! That is Mr. Hale, her father, talking now to Mr. Stephen. He gives lessons that is to say, he reads with young men. My brother John goes to him twice a week, and so he begged mamma to ask them here, in hopes of getting him known. I believe, we have some of their prospectuses, if you would like to have one." "Mr. Thornton! Does he really find time to read with a tutor, in the midst of all his business, and this abominable strike in hand as well?" Fanny was not sure from Mrs. Slickson's manner whether she ought to be proud or ashamed of her brother's conduct; and, like all people who try and take other people's ought for the rule of their feelings, she was inclined to blush for any singularity of action. Her shame was interrupted by the dispersion of the guests. On earth is known to none the smile that is not sister to a tear. Eliot. Margaret and her father walked home. The night was fine, the streets clean, and with her pretty white silk, like Leesy Lindsay's gown of green satin in the ballad, kilted up to her knee, she was off with her father, ready to dance along with the excitement of the cool, fresh night air. "I rather think Thornton is not quite easy in his mind about this strike. He seemed very anxious to night." "I should wonder if he were not. But he spoke with his usual coolness to the others, when they suggested different things, just before we came away." "So he did after dinner as well. It would take a good deal to stir him from his cool manner of speaking; but his face strikes me as anxious." "I should be, if I were he. He must know of the growing anger and hardly smothered hatred of his workpeople, who all look upon him as what the Bible calls a hard man; not so much unjust as unfeeling; clear in judgment, standing upon his rights as no human being ought to stand, considering what we and all our petty rights are in the sight of the Almighty. I am glad you think he looks anxious. When I remember Boucher's half mad words and ways, I cannot bear to think how coolly Mr. Thornton spoke.
In the first place, I am not so convinced as you are about that man Boucher's utter distress. For the moment he was badly off, I don't doubt. But there's always a mysterious supply of money from these unions, and, from what you said, it was evident that the man was of a passionate, demonstrative nature, and gave strong expression to all he felt.
Oh, papa!
Well, I only want you to do justice to Mr. Thornton, who is, I suspect, of an exactly opposite nature, a man who is far too proud to show his feelings. Just the character I should have thought beforehand you would have admired, Margaret."
"So I do. So I should. But I don't feel quite so sure as you do of the existence of those feelings. He is a man of great strength of character, of unusual intellect, considering the few advantages he has had."
"Not so few. He has led a practical life from a very early age, has been called upon to exercise judgment and self control. All that develops one part of the intellect. To be sure, he needs some knowledge of the past, which gives the truest basis for conjecture as to the future. But he knows this need. He perceives it, and that is something. You are quite prejudiced against Mr. Thornton, Margaret."
"He is the first specimen of a manufacturer, of a person engaged in trade, that I ever had the opportunity of studying, papa. He is my first olive. Let me make a face while I swallow it. I know he is good of his kind, and by I shall like the kind. I rather think I am already beginning to do so. I was very much interested by what the gentlemen were talking about, although I did not understand half of it. I was quite sorry when Miss Thornton came to take me to the other end of the room, saying she was sure I would be uncomfortable at being the only lady among so many gentlemen. I had never thought about it, I was so busy listening. And the ladies were so dull, papa. Oh, so dull! Yet I think it was clever, too. It reminded me of our old game of having each so many nouns to introduce into a sentence."
"What do you mean, child?"
asked Mr. Hale. "Why, they took nouns that were signs of things which gave evidence of wealth: housekeepers, under gardeners, extent of glass, valuable lace, diamonds, and all such things; and each one formed her speech so as to bring them all in the prettiest accidental manner possible."
"You will be as proud of your one servant when you get her, if all is true about her that Mrs. Thornton says."
"To be sure I shall. I felt like a great hypocrite to night, sitting there in my white silk gown, with my idle hands before me, when I remembered all the good, thorough housework they had done to day. They took me for a fine lady, I'm sure."
"Even I was mistaken enough to think you looked like a lady, my dear,"
said Mr. Hale, quietly smiling. But smiles were changed to white and trembling looks when they saw Dixon's face as she opened the door. "Oh, master! Oh, Miss Margaret! Thank God you are come. Dr. Donaldson is here. The servant next door went for him, for the charwoman is gone home. She is better now. But oh, sir! I thought she would have died an hour ago." Mr. Hale caught Margaret's arm to steady himself from falling. He looked at her face, and saw an expression upon it of surprise and extremest sorrow, but not the agony of terror that contracted his own unprepared heart. She knew more than he did, and yet she listened with that hopeless expression of awed apprehension. "Oh, I should not have left her, wicked daughter that I am!" moaned forth Margaret, as she supported her trembling father's hasty steps upstairs. Dr. Donaldson met them on the landing. "She is better now," he whispered. "The opiate has taken effect. The spasms were very bad. No wonder they frightened your maid. But she'll rally this time." "This time! Let me go to her." Half an hour ago, Mr. Hale was a middle aged man. Now his sight was dim, his senses wavering, his walk tottering, as if he were 70 years of age. Dr. Donaldson took his arm, and led him into the bedroom. Margaret followed close. There lay her mother, with an unmistakable look on her face. She might be better now. She was sleeping, but death had signed her for his own, and it was clear that ere long he would return to take possession. Mr. Hale looked at her for some time without a word. Then he began to shake all over, and, turning away from Dr. Donaldson's anxious care, he groped to find the door. He could not see it, although several candles, brought in the sudden affright, were burning and flaring there. He staggered into the drawing room, and felt about for a chair. Dr. Donaldson wheeled one to him and placed him in it. He felt his pulse. "Speak to him, Miss Hale. We must rouse him." "Papa!" said Margaret, with a crying voice that was wild with pain. "Papa! Speak to me!" The speculation came again into his eyes, and he made a great effort.
"Margaret, did you know of this? Oh, it was cruel of you."
"No, sir, it was not cruel," replied Dr. Donaldson, with quick decision. "Miss Hale acted under my directions. There may have been a mistake, but it was not cruel. Your wife will be a different creature to morrow, I trust. She has had spasms, as I anticipated, though I did not tell Miss Hale of my apprehensions. She has taken the opiate I brought with me. She will have a good long sleep, and to morrow that look which has alarmed you so much will have passed away."
"But not the disease?"
Dr. Donaldson glanced at Margaret. Her head bent, her face raised with no appeal for a temporary reprieve, showed that quick observer of human nature that she thought it better that the whole truth should be told. "Not the disease. We cannot touch the disease, with all our poor vaunted skill. We can only delay its progress, alleviate the pain it causes. Be a man, sir, a Christian. Have faith in the immortality of the soul, which no pain, no mortal disease, can assail or touch." But all the reply he got was in the choked words,
"You have never been married, Dr. Donaldson. You do not know what it is."
And in the deep, manly sobs, which went through the stillness of the night like heavy pulses of agony. Margaret knelt by him, caressing him with tearful caresses. No one, not even Dr. Donaldson, knew how the time went by. Mr. Hale was the first to dare to speak of the necessities of the present moment.
"What must we do?" he asked. "Tell us both. Margaret is my staff, my right hand."
Dr. Donaldson gave his clear, sensible directions. No fear for to night; nay, even peace for to morrow, and for many days yet; but no enduring hope of recovery. He advised Mr. Hale to go to bed, and leave only one to watch the slumber, which he hoped would be undisturbed. He promised to come again early in the morning, and with a warm and kindly shake of the hand, he left them. They spoke but few words. They were too much exhausted by their terror to do more than decide upon the immediate course of action. Mr. Hale was resolved to sit up through the night, and all that Margaret could do was to prevail upon him to rest on the drawing room sofa. Dixon stoutly and bluntly refused to go to bed; and, as for Margaret, it was simply impossible that she should leave her mother, let all the doctors in the world speak of "husbanding resources," and "one watcher only being required." So, Dixon sat, and stared, and winked, and drooped, and picked herself up again with a jerk, and finally gave up the battle, and fairly snored. Margaret had taken off her gown and tossed it aside with a sort of impatient disgust, and put on her dressing gown. She felt as if she could never sleep again; as if her whole senses were acutely vital, and all endued with double keenness, for the purpose of watching. Every sight and sound, nay, even every thought, touched some nerve to the very quick. For more than 2 hours she heard her father's restless movements in the next room. He came perpetually to the door of her mother's chamber, pausing there to listen, till she, not hearing his close unseen presence, went and opened it to tell him how all went on, in reply to the questions his baked lips could hardly form. At last he, too, fell asleep, and all the house was still. Margaret sat behind the curtain thinking. Far away in time, far away in space, seemed all the interests of past days. No more than 36 hours ago, she cared for Bessy Higgins and her father, and her heart was wrung for Boucher. Now, that was all like a dreaming memory of some former life. Everything that had passed out of doors seemed dissevered from her mother, and therefore unreal. Even Hardley Street appeared more distinct. There she remembered, as if it were yesterday, how she had pleased herself with tracing out her mother's features in her Aunt Shaw's face, and how letters had come, making her dwell on the thoughts of home with all the longing of love. Helstone, itself, was in the dim past. The dull grey days of the preceding winter and spring, so uneventless and monotonous, seemed more associated with what she cared for now above all price. She would fain have caught at the skirts of that departing time, and prayed it to return, and give her back what she had too little valued while it was yet in her possession. What a vain show life seemed! How unsubstantial, and flickering, and flitting! It was as if from some aerial belfry, high up above the stir and jar of the earth, there was a bell continually tolling, "All are shadows, all are passing, all is past." And when the morning dawned, cool and grey, like many a happier morning before, when Margaret looked one by one at the sleepers, it seemed as if the terrible night were unreal as a dream. It too was a shadow. It too was past. Mrs. Hale herself was not aware when she awoke, how ill she had been the night before. She was rather surprised at Dr. Donaldson's early visit, and perplexed by the anxious faces of husband and child. She consented to remain in bed that day, saying she certainly was tired; but the next she insisted on getting up, and Dr. Donaldson gave his consent to her returning into the drawing room. She was restless and uncomfortable in every position, and before night she had become feverish. Mr. Hale was utterly listless, and incapable of deciding on anything. "What can we do to spare mamma such another night?" asked Margaret, on the third day. "It is, to a certain degree, the reaction after the powerful opiates I have been obliged to use. It is more painful for you to see than for her to bear, I believe. But, I think, if we could get a water bed it might be a good thing. Not but what she will be better to morrow pretty much like herself as she was before this attack. Still, I should like her to have a water bed. Mrs. Thornton has one, I know. I'll try and call there this afternoon. Stay," said he, his eye catching on Margaret's face, blanched with watching in a sick room. "I'm not sure whether I can go. I've a long round to take. It would do you no harm to have a brisk walk to Marlborough Street, and ask Mrs. Thornton if she can spare it." "Certainly," said Margaret. "I could go while mamma is asleep this afternoon. I'm sure Mrs. Thornton would lend it to us." Dr. Donaldson's experience told them rightly. Mrs. Hale seemed to shake off the consequences of her attack, and looked brighter and better this afternoon than Margaret had ever hoped of seeing her again. Her daughter left her after dinner, sitting in her easy chair, with her hand lying on her husband's, who looked more worn and suffering than she by far. Still, he could smile now; rather slowly, rather faintly, it is true; but a day or two before, Margaret never thought to see him smile again. It was about 2 miles from their house in Crampton Crescent to Marlborough Street. It was too hot to walk very quickly, An August sun beat straight down into the street at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Margaret went along, without noticing anything very different from usual in the first mile and a half of her journey. She was absorbed in her own thoughts, and had learnt by this time to thread her way through the irregular stream of human beings that flowed through Milton streets. But, by and by, she was struck with an unusual heaving among the mass of people in the crowded road on which she was entering. They did not appear to be moving on, so much as talking, and listening, and buzzing with excitement, without much stirring from the spot where they might happen to be. Still, as they made way for her, and, wrapped up in the purpose of her errand, and the necessities that suggested it, she was less quick of observation than she might have been, if her mind had been at ease. She had got into Marlborough Street before the full conviction forced itself upon her, that there was a restless, oppressive sense of irritation abroad among the people, a thunderous atmosphere, morally as well as physically, around her. From every narrow lane opening out on Marlborough Street came up a low distant roar, as of myriads of fierce indignant voices. The inhabitants of each poor squalid dwelling were gathered round the doors and windows, if indeed they were not actually standing in the middle of the narrow ways, all with looks intent towards one point. Marlborough Street itself was the focus of all those human eyes, that betrayed intensest interest of various kinds, some fierce with anger, some lowering with relentless threats, some dilated with fear, or imploring entreaty; and, as Margaret reached the small side entrance by the folding doors, in the great dead wall of Marlborough Mill Yard, and waited the porter's answer to the bell, she looked round and heard the first long far off roll of the tempest, saw the first slow surging wave of the dark crowd come, with its threatening crest, tumble over and retreat at the far end of the street, which a moment ago seemed so full of repressed noise, but which now was ominously still. All these circumstances forced themselves on Margaret's notice, but did not sink down into her preoccupied heart. She did not know what they meant, what was their deep significance. While she did know, did feel the keen sharp pressure of the knife that was soon to stab her through and through by leaving her motherless, she was trying to realise that, in order that, when it came, she might be ready to comfort her father. The porter opened the door cautiously, not nearly wide enough to admit her. "It's you, is it, ma'am?" said he, drawing a long breath and widening the entrance, but still not opening it fully. Margaret went in. He hastily bolted it behind her. "The folk are all coming up here, I reckon?" asked he. "I don't know. Something unusual seemed going on; but this street is quite empty, I think." She went across the yard and up the steps to the house door. There was no near sound; no steam engine at work with beat and pant; no click of machinery, or mingling and clashing of many sharp voices; but far away the ominous gathering roar, deep clamouring. CHAPTER XXII. A blow and its consequences. But work grew scarce, while bread grew dear, and wages lessened, too; for Irish hordes were bidders here, our half paid work to do. Corn Law Rhymes. Margaret was shown into the drawing room. It had returned to its normal state of bag and coverings. The windows were half open because of the heat, and the Venetian blinds covered the glass, so that a grey grim light, reflected from the pavement below, threw all the shadows wrong, and combined with the green tinged upper light to make even Margaret's own face, as she caught it in the mirrors, look ghastly and wan. She sat and waited. No one came. Every now and then the wind seemed to bear the distant multitudinous sound nearer, and yet there was no wind. It died away into profound stillness between the whiles. Fanny came in at last. "Mamma will come directly, Miss Hale. She desired me to apologise to you as it is. Perhaps you know my brother has imported hands from Ireland, and it has irritated the Milton people excessively, as if he hadn't a right to get labour where he could; and the stupid wretches here wouldn't work for him; and now they've frightened these poor Irish starvelings so with their threats, that we daren't let them out. You may see them, huddled in that top room in the mill. And they're to sleep there, to keep them safe from those brutes, who will neither work nor let them work. And mamma is seeing about their food, and John is speaking to them, for some of the women are crying to go back. Ah! Here's mamma." Mrs. Thornton came in with a look of black sternness on her face, which made Margaret feel she had arrived at a bad time to trouble her with her request. However, it was only in compliance with Mrs. Thornton's expressed desire that she would ask for whatever they might want in the progress of her mother's illness. Mrs. Thornton's brow contracted, and her mouth grew set, when Margaret spoke with gentle modesty of her mother's restlessness, and Dr. Donaldson's wish that she should have the relief of a water bed. She ceased. Mrs. Thornton did not reply immediately. Then she started up, and exclaimed, "They're at the gates! Call John, Fanny. Call him in from the mill. They're at the gates. They'll batter them in. Call John, I say." And simultaneously, the gathering tramp, to which she had been listening, instead of heeding Margaret's words, was heard just right outside the wall, and an increasing din of angry voices raged behind the wooden barrier, which shook as if the unseen maddened crowd made battering rams of their bodies, and retreated a short space only to come with more united steady impetus against it, till their great beats made the strong gates quiver, like reeds before the wind. The women gathered round the windows, fascinated to look on the scene which terrified them. Mrs. Thornton, the women servants, Margaret, all were there. Fanny had returned, screaming upstairs as if pursued at every step, and had thrown herself in hysterical sobbing on the sofa. Mrs. Thornton watched for her son, who was still in the mill. He came out, looked up at them, the pale cluster of faces, and smiled good courage to them, before he locked the factory door. Then he called to one of the women to come down and undo his own door, which Fanny had fastened behind him in her mad flight. Mrs. Thornton herself went. And the sound of his well known and commanding voice seemed to have been like the taste of blood to the infuriated multitude outside. Hitherto they had been voiceless, wordless, needing all their breath for their hard labouring efforts to break down the gates; but now hearing him speak inside, they set up such a fierce unearthly groan, that even Mrs. Thornton was white with fear as she preceded him into the room. He came in a little flushed, but his eyes gleaming, as if in answer to the trumpet call of danger, and with a proud look of defiance on his face, that made him a noble, if not a handsome man. Margaret had always dreaded lest her courage should fail her in any emergency, and she should be proved to be, what she dreaded lest she was, a coward. But now, in this real great time of reasonable fear and nearness of terror, she forgot herself, and only felt an intense sympathy, intense to painfulness, in the interests of the moment. Mr. Thornton came frankly forwards. "I'm sorry, Miss Hale, you have visited us at this unfortunate moment, when, I fear, you may be involved in whatever risk we have to bear. Mother, hadn't you better go into the back rooms? I'm not sure whether they may not have made their way from Pinner's Lane into the stable yards, but if not, you will be safer there than here. Go, Jane," continued he, addressing the upper servant; and she went, followed by the others. "I stop here," said his mother. "Where you are, there I stay." And indeed, retreat into the back rooms was of no avail. The crowd had surrounded the outbuildings at the rear, and were sending forth their awful threatening roar behind. The servants retreated into the garrets, with many a cry and shriek. Mr. Thornton smiled scornfully as he heard them. He glanced at Margaret, standing all by herself at the window nearest the factory. Her eyes glittered, her colour was deepened on cheek and lip. As if she felt his look, she turned to him and asked a question that had been for some time in her mind. "Where are the poor imported workpeople? In the factory there?" "Yes. I left them cowered up in a small room, at the head of a back flight of stairs, bidding them run all risks, and escape down there, if they heard any attack made on the mill doors. But it is not them, it is me they want." "When can the soldiers be here?" asked his mother, in a low but not unsteady voice. He took out his watch, with the same measured composure with which he did everything. He made some little calculation. "Supposing Williams got straight off when I told him, and hadn't to dodge about amongst them, it must be 20 minutes yet." "20 minutes!" said his mother, for the first time showing her terror in the tones of her voice. "Shut down the windows instantly, mother!" exclaimed he. "The gates won't bear such another shock. Shut down that window, Miss Hale." Margaret shut down her window, and then went to assist Mrs. Thornton's trembling fingers. For some cause or other there was a pause of several minutes in the unseen street. Mrs. Thornton looked with wild anxiety at her son's countenance, as if to gain the interpretation of the sudden stillness from him. His face was set into rigid lines of contemptuous defiance. Neither hope nor fear could be read there. Fanny raised herself up. "Are they gone?" asked she in a whisper. "Gone!" replied he. "Listen!" She did listen. They all could hear the one great straining breath, the creak of wood slowly yielding, the wrench of iron, the mighty fall of the ponderous gates. Fanny stood up tottering, made a step or two towards her mother, and fell forwards into her arms in a fainting fit. Mrs. Thornton lifted her up with a strength that was as much that of the will as of the body, and carried her away. "Thank God!" said Mr. Thornton, as he watched her out. "Had you not better go upstairs, Miss Hale?" Margaret's lips formed a "No," but he could not hear her speak, for the tramp of innumerable steps right under the very wall of the house, and the fierce growl of low, deep, angry voices, that had a ferocious murmur of satisfaction in them, more dreadful than their baffled cries not many minutes before. "Never mind," said he, thinking to encourage her. "I am very sorry that you should have been entrapped into all this alarm, but it cannot last long now. A few minutes more, and the soldiers will be here." "Oh, God!" cried Margaret, suddenly. "There is Boucher! I know his face, though he is livid with rage. He is fighting to get to the front. Look! Look!" "Who is Boucher?" asked Mr. Thornton, coolly, and coming close to the window to discover the man in whom Margaret took such an interest. As soon as they saw Mr. Thornton, they set up a yell. To call it not human is nothing. It was as the demoniac desire of some terrible wild beast for the food that is withheld from his ravening. Even he drew back for a moment, dismayed at the intensity of hatred he had provoked. "Let them yell," he said. "In 5 minutes more. I only hope my poor Irishmen are not terrified out of their wits by such a fiend like noise. Keep up your courage for 5 minutes, Miss Hale." "Don't be afraid for me," she said hastily. "But what in 5 minutes? Can you do nothing to soothe these poor creatures? It is awful to see them." "The soldiers will be here directly, and that will bring them to reason." "To reason!" said Margaret, quickly. "What kind of reason?" "The only reason that does with men that make themselves into wild beasts. By Heaven! they've turned to the mill door." "Mr. Thornton!" said Margaret, shaking all over with her passion. "Go down this instant, if you are not a coward. Go down and face them like a man. Save these poor strangers whom you have decoyed here. Speak to your workmen as if they were human beings. Speak to them kindly. Don't let the soldiers come in, and cut down poor creatures who are driven mad. I see one there who is. If you have any courage or noble quality in you, Go out, and speak to them, man to man." He turned, and looked at her while she spoke. A dark cloud came over his face while he listened. He set his teeth as he heard her words. "I will go. Perhaps I may ask you to accompany me downstairs, and bar the door behind me. My mother and sister will need that protection." "Oh, Mr. Thornton! I do not know. I may be wrong. Only " But he was gone. He was downstairs in the hall. He had unbarred the front door. All she could do was to follow him quickly and fasten it behind him, and clamber up the stairs again with a sick heart and a dizzy head. Again she took her place by the farthest window. He was on the steps below. She saw that by the direction of 1,000 angry eyes; but she could neither see nor hear anything save the savage satisfaction of the rolling angry murmur. She threw the window wide open. Many in the crowd were mere boys, cruel and thoughtless, cruel because they were thoughtless. Some were men, gaunt as wolves, and mad for prey. She knew how it was. They were like Boucher, with starving children at home, relying on ultimate success in their efforts to get higher wages, and enraged beyond measure at discovering that Irishmen were to be brought in to rob their little ones of bread. Margaret knew it all. She read it in Boucher's face, forlornly desperate and livid with rage. If Mr. Thornton would but say something to them, let them hear his voice only, it seemed as if it would be better than this wild beating and raging against the stony silence that vouchsafed them no word, even of anger or reproach. But perhaps he was speaking now. There was a momentary hush of their noise, inarticulate as that of a troop of animals. She tore her bonnet off, and bent forwards to hear. She could only see; for if Mr. Thornton had indeed made the attempt to speak, the momentary instinct to listen to him was past and gone, and the people were raging worse than ever. He stood with his arms folded, still as a statue, his face pale with repressed excitement. They were going to try to intimidate him, to make him flinch. Each was urging the other on to some immediate act of personal violence. Margaret felt intuitively that in an instant all would be uproar. The first touch would cause an explosion, in which, among such hundreds of infuriated men and reckless boys, even Mr. Thornton's life would be unsafe. That in another instant the stormy passions would have passed their bounds, and swept away all barriers of reason, or apprehension of consequence. Even while she looked, she saw lads in the background stooping to take off their heavy wooden clogs, the readiest missile they could find. She saw it was the spark to the gunpowder, and, with a cry, which no one heard, she rushed out of the room, downstairs. She had lifted the great iron bar of the door with an imperious force, had thrown the door wide open, and was there, in face of that angry sea of men, her eyes smiting them with flaming arrows of reproach. The clogs were arrested in the hands that held them. The countenances, so fell not a moment before, now looked irresolute, as if asking what this meant. For she stood between them and their enemy. She could not speak, but held out her arms towards them till she could recover breath. "Oh, do not use violence! He is one man, and you are many." But her words died away, for there was no tone in her voice. It was but a hoarse whisper. Mr. Thornton stood a little on one side. He had moved away from behind her, as if jealous of anything that should come between him and danger. "Go!" she said, once more, and now her voice was like a cry. "The soldiers are sent for are coming. Go peaceably. Go away. You shall have relief from your complaints, whatever they are." "Shall them Irish blackguards be packed back again?" asked one from the crowd, with fierce threatening in his voice. "Never, for your bidding!" exclaimed Mr. Thornton. And instantly the storm broke. The hootings rose and filled the air. But Margaret did not hear them. Her eye was on the group of lads who had armed themselves with their clogs some time before. She saw their gesture; she knew its meaning; she read their aim. Another moment, and Mr. Thornton might be smitten down; he whom she had urged and goaded to come to this perilous place. She only thought how she could save him. She threw her arms around him; she made her body into a shield from the fierce people beyond. Still, with his arms folded, he shook her off. "Go away," said he, in his deep voice. "This is no place for you." "It is," said she. "You did not see what I saw." If she thought her sex would be a protection; if, with shrinking eyes she had turned away from the terrible anger of these men, in any hope that ere she looked again they would have paused and reflected, and slunk away, and vanished, she was wrong. Their reckless passion had carried them too far to stop; at least had carried some of them too far; for it is always the savage lads, with their love of cruel excitement, who head the riot, reckless to what bloodshed it may lead. A clog whizzed through the air. Margaret's fascinated eyes watched its progress. It missed its aim, and she turned sick with affright, but changed not her position, only hid her face on Mr. Thornton's arm. Then she turned and spoke again. "For God's sake, do not damage your cause by this violence. You do not know what you are doing." She strove to make her words distinct. A sharp pebble flew by her, grazing forehead and cheek, and drawing a blinding sheet of light before her eyes. She lay like one dead on Mr. Thornton's shoulder. Then he unfolded his arms, and held her encircled in one for an instant. "You do well," said he. "You come to oust the innocent stranger. You fall, you hundreds, on one man; and when a woman comes before you, to ask you for your own sakes to be reasonable creatures, your cowardly wrath falls on her. You do well." They were silent while he spoke. They were watching, open eyed and open mouthed, the thread of dark red blood which wakened them up from their trance of passion. Those nearest the gate stole out ashamed. There was a movement through all the crowd, a retreating movement. Only one voice cried out: "The stone were meant for thee, but thou wert sheltered behind a woman." Mr. Thornton quivered with rage. The blood flowing had made Margaret conscious, dimly, vaguely conscious. He placed her gently on the door step, her head leaning against the frame. "Can you rest there?" he asked. But without waiting for her answer, he went slowly down the steps right into the middle of the crowd. "Now kill me, if it is your brutal will. There is no woman to shield me here. You may beat me to death; you will never move me from what I have determined upon. Not you." He stood amongst them, with his arms folded, in precisely the same attitude as he had been in on the steps. But the retrograde movement towards the gate had begun, as unreasoningly, perhaps as blindly, as the simultaneous anger; or, perhaps, the idea of the approach of the soldiers, and the sight of that pale, upturned face, with closed eyes, still and sad as marble, though the tears welled out of the long entanglement of eyelashes and dropped down. And heavier, slower plash than even tears, came the drip of blood from her wound. Even the most desperate, Boucher himself, drew back, faltered away, scowled, and finally went off, muttering curses on the master, who stood in his unchanging attitude, looking after their retreat with defiant eyes. The moment the retreat had changed into a flight, as it was sure from its very character to do, he darted up the steps to Margaret. She tried to rise without his help. "It is nothing," she said, with a sickly smile. "The skin is grazed, and I was stunned at the moment. Oh, I am so thankful they are gone!" And she cried without restraint. He could not sympathise with her. His anger had not abated. it was rather rising the more as his sense of immediate danger was passing away. The distant clank of the soldiers was heard just 5 minutes too late to make this vanished mob feel the power of authority and order. He hoped they would see the troops, and be quelled by the thought of their narrow escape. While these thoughts crossed his mind, Margaret clung to the door post to steady herself; but a film came over her eyes. He was only just in time to catch her. "Mother! Mother!" cried he. "Come down! They are gone, and Miss Hale is hurt." He bore her into the dining room, and laid her on the sofa there; laid her down softly; and looking on her pure white face, the sense of what she was to him came upon him so keenly that he spoke it out in his pain. "Oh, my Margaret, my Margaret! No one can tell what you are to me. Dead, cold as you lie there, you are the only woman I ever loved. Oh, Margaret, Margaret!" Inarticulately as he spoke, kneeling by her, and rather moaning than saying the words, he started up, ashamed of himself, as his mother came in. She saw nothing but her son a little paler, a little sterner than usual. "Miss Hale is hurt, mother. A stone has grazed her temple. She has lost a good deal of blood, I'm afraid." "She looks very seriously hurt. I could almost fancy her dead," said Mrs. Thornton, a good deal alarmed. "It is only a fainting fit. She has spoken to me since." But all the blood in his body seemed to rush inwards to his heart as he spoke, and he absolutely trembled. "Go and call Jane. She can find me the things I want. And do you go to your Irish people, who are crying and shouting as if they were mad with fright." He went. He went away as if weights were tied to every limb that bore him from her. He called Jane; he called his sister; she should have all the womanly care, all gentle tendance. But every pulse beat in him as he remembered how she had come down and placed herself in foremost danger. Could it be to save him? At the time, he had pushed her aside, and spoken gruffly. He had seen nothing but the unnecessary danger she had placed herself in. He went to his Irish people, with every nerve in his body thrilling at the thought of her, and found it difficult to understand enough of what they were saying to soothe and comfort away their fears. There, they declared, they would not stop; they claimed to be sent back. And so he had to think, and talk, and reason. Mrs. Thornton bathed Margaret's temples with eau de Cologne. As the spirit touched the wound, which till then neither Mrs. Thornton nor Jane had perceived, Margaret opened her eyes; but it was evident that she did not know where she was, nor who they were. The dark circles deepened; the lips quivered and contracted, and she became insensible once more. "She has had a terrible blow," said Mrs. Thornton. "Is there any one who will go for a doctor?" "Not me, ma'am, if you please," said Jane, shrinking back. "Them rabble may be all about. I don't think the cut is so deep, ma'am, as it looks." "I will not run the chance. She was hurt in our house. If you are a coward, Jane, I am not. I will go." "Pray, ma'am, let me send one of the police. There's ever so many come up, and soldiers too." "And yet you're afraid to go. I will not have their time taken up with our errands. They'll have enough to do to catch some of the mob. You will not be afraid to stop in this house," she asked contemptuously, "and go on bathing Miss Hale's forehead, shall you? I shall not be 10 minutes away." "Couldn't Hannah go, ma'am?" "Why Hannah? Why any one but you? No, Jane. If you don't go, I do." Mrs. Thornton went first to the room in which she had left Fanny stretched on the bed. She started up as her mother entered. "Oh, mamma, how you terrified me! I thought you were a man that had got into the house." "Nonsense! The men are all gone away. There are soldiers all round the place, seeking for their work now it is too late.
Miss Hale is lying on the dining room sofa, badly hurt. I am going for the doctor."
"Oh, don't, mamma! They'll murder you!" She clung to her mother's gown. Mrs. Thornton wrenched it away with no gentle hand. "Find me some one else to go, but that girl must not bleed to death." "Bleed! Oh, how horrid! How has she got hurt?"
"I don't know. I have no time to ask. Go down to her, Fanny, and do try to make yourself of use. Jane is with her, and I trust it looks worse than it is. Jane has refused to leave the house, cowardly woman! and I won't put myself in the way of any more refusals from my servants, so I am going myself."
"Oh dear, dear!"
said Fanny, crying, and preparing to go down rather than be left alone, with the thought of wounds and bloodshed in the very house.
"Oh, Jane!" said she, creeping into the dining room. "What is the matter? How white she looks! How did she get hurt? Did they throw stones into the drawing room?"
Margaret did indeed look white and wan, although her senses were beginning to return to her. But the sickly daze of the swoon made her still miserably faint. She was conscious of movement around her, and of refreshment from the eau de Cologne, and a craving for the bathing to go on without intermission; but when they stopped to talk, she could no more have opened her eyes, or spoken to ask for more bathing, than the people who lie in death like trance can move, or utter sound, to arrest the awful preparations for their burial, while they are yet fully aware, not merely of the actions of those around them, but of the idea that is the motive for such actions. Jane paused in her bathing, to reply to Miss Thornton's question. "She'd have been safe enough, miss, if she'd stayed in the drawing room, or come up to us. We were in the front garret, and could see it all, out of harm's way."
"Where was she, then?"
said Fanny, drawing nearer by slow degrees, as she became accustomed to the sight of Margaret's pale face. "Just before the front door, with master," said Jane, significantly.
"With John? With my brother? How did she get there?"
"Nay, miss, that's not for me to say," answered Jane, with a slight toss of her head. "Sarah did "
"Sarah what?"
said Fanny, with impatient curiosity. Jane resumed her bathing, as if what Sarah did or said was not exactly the thing she liked to repeat.
"Sarah what?"
asked Fanny, sharply.
"Don't speak in these half sentences, or I can't understand you."
"Well, miss, since you will have it. Sarah, you see, was in the best place for seeing, being at the right hand window; and she says, and said at the very time too, that she saw Miss Hale with her arms round master's neck, hugging him before all the people."
"I don't believe it," said Fanny. "I know she cares for my brother; any one can see that; and I dare say she'd give her eyes if he'd marry her, which he never will, I can tell her; but I don't believe she'd be so bold and forward as to put her arms round his neck."
"Poor young lady! She's paid for it dearly if she did. It's my belief, that the blow has given her such an ascendancy of blood to the head as she'll never get better from. She looks like a corpse now."
"Oh, I wish mamma would come!" said Fanny, wringing her hands. "I never was in the room with a dead person before."
"Stay, miss. She's not dead. Her eyelids are quivering,
and here's wet tears a coming down her cheeks. Speak to her, Miss Fanny." "Are you better now?"
asked Fanny, in a quavering voice. No answer, no sign of recognition, but a faint pink colour returned to her lips, although the rest of her face was ashen pale. Mrs. Thornton came hurriedly in, with the nearest surgeon she could find. "How is she? Are you better, my dear?" as Margaret opened her filmy eyes, and gazed dreamily at her.
"Here is Mr. Lowe come to see you."
Mrs. Thornton spoke loudly and distinctly, as if to a deaf person. Margaret tried to rise, and drew her ruffled, luxuriant hair instinctively over the cut. "I am better now," said she, in a very low, faint voice. "I was a little sick."
She let him take her hand and feel her pulse. The bright colour came for a moment into her face when he asked to examine the wound in her forehead; and she glanced up at Jane, as if shrinking from her inspection more than from the doctor's. "It is not much, I think. I am better now. I must go home." "Not until I have applied some strips of plaster, and you have rested a little." She sat down hastily, without another word, and allowed it to be bound up. "Now, if you please," said she, "I must go. Mamma will not see it, I think, under the hair. Is it not?" "Quite. No one could tell." "But you must not go," said Mrs. Thornton, impatiently. "You are not fit to go." "I must," said Margaret, decidedly. "Think of mamma. If they should hear Besides, I must go," said she, vehemently. "I cannot stay here. May I ask for a cab?" "You are quite flushed and feverish," observed Mr. Lowe. "It is only with being here, when I do so want to go. The air getting away would do me more good than anything," pleaded she. "I really believe it is as she says," Mr. Lowe replied. "If her mother is so ill as you told me on the way here, it may be very serious if she hears of this riot, and does not see her daughter back at the time she expects. The injury is not deep. I will fetch a cab, if your servants are still afraid to go out." "Oh, thank you," said Margaret. "It will do me more good than anything. It is the air of this room that makes me feel so miserable." She leant back on the sofa, and closed her eyes. Fanny beckoned her mother out of the room, and told her something that made her equally anxious with Margaret for the departure of the latter. Not that she fully believed Fanny's statement, but she credited enough of it to make her manner to Margaret appear very much constrained at wishing her good bye. Mr. Lowe returned in the cab. "If you will allow me, I will see you home, Miss Hale. The streets are not very quiet yet." Margaret's thoughts were quite alive enough to the present to make her desirous of getting rid of both Mr. Lowe and the cab before she reached Crampton Crescent, for fear of alarming her father and mother. Beyond that one aim she would not look. That ugly dream of insolent words spoken about herself, could never be forgotten, but it could be put aside till she was stronger; for, oh! she was very weak, and her mind sought for some present fact to steady itself upon, and keep it from utterly losing consciousness in another hideous, sickly swoon. CHAPTER XXIII. Mistakes. "Which when his mother saw, she in her mind was troubled sore, ne wist well what to ween." Spenser. Margaret had not been gone 5 minutes when Mr. Thornton came in, his face all aglow. "I could not come sooner. The superintendent would Where is she?" He looked round the dining room, and then almost fiercely at his mother, who was quietly rearranging the disturbed furniture, and did not instantly reply. "Where is Miss Hale?" asked he again. "Gone home," said she, rather shortly. "Gone home!" "Yes. She was a great deal better. Indeed I don't believe it was very much of a hurt; only some people faint at the least thing." "I am sorry she has gone home," said he, walking uneasily about. "She could not have been fit for it." "She said she was. And Mr. Lowe said she was. I went for him myself." "Thank you, mother." He stopped, and partly held out his hand to give her a grateful shake; but she did not notice the movement. "What have you done with your Irish people?" "Sent to the Dragon for a good meal for them, poor wretches; and then, luckily, I caught Father Grady, and I've asked him in to speak with them, and dissuade them from going off in a body. How did Miss Hale go home? I'm sure she could not walk." "She had a cab. Everything was done properly, even to the paying. Let us talk of something else. She has caused disturbance enough." "I don't know where I should have been but for her." "Are you become so helpless as to have to be defended by a girl?" asked Mrs. Thornton, scornfully. He reddened. Not many girls would have taken the blows on herself which were meant for me meant with right down good will, too. "A girl in love will do a great deal," replied Mrs. Thornton, shortly. "Mother!" He made a step forwards, stood still, heaved with passion. She was a little startled at the evident force he used to keep himself calm. She was not sure of the nature of the emotions she had provoked. It was only their violence that was clear. Was it anger? His eyes glowed, his figure was dilated, his breath came thick and fast. It was a mixture of joy, of anger, of pride, of glad surprise, of panting doubt; but she could not read it. Still it made her uneasy, as the presence of all strong feeling, of which the cause is not fully understood or sympathised in, always has this effect. She went to the sideboard, opened a drawer, and took out a duster, which she kept there for any occasional purpose. She had seen a drop of eau de Cologne on the polished arm of the sofa, and instinctively sought to wipe it off; but she kept her back turned to her son much longer than was necessary, and when she spoke, her voice seemed unusual and constrained. "You have taken some steps about the rioters, I suppose. You don't apprehend any more violence, do you? Where were the police? Never at hand when they're wanted." "On the contrary, I saw 3 or 4 of them, when the gates gave way, struggling and beating about in fine fashion; and more came running up just when the yard was clearing. I might have given some of the fellows in charge then, if I had had my wits about me. But there'll be no difficulty. Plenty of people can identify them." "But they won't come back to night?" "I'm going to see about a sufficient guard for the premises. I have appointed to meet Captain Hanbury in half an hour at the station." "You must have some tea first." "Tea yes. I suppose I must. It's 6:30, and I may be out for some time. Don't sit up for me, mother." "You expect me to go to bed before I have seen you safe, do you?" "Well, perhaps not." He hesitated for a moment. "But if I've time, I shall go round by Crampton, after I've arranged with the police, and seen Hamper and Clarkson." Their eyes met. They looked at each other intently for a minute. Then she asked: "Why are you going round by Crampton?" "To ask after Miss Hale." "I will send. Williams must take the water bed she came to ask for. He shall inquire how she is." "I must go myself." "Not merely to ask how Miss Hale is?" "No, not merely for that. I want to thank her for the way in which she stood between me and the mob." "What made you go down at all? It was putting your head in the lion's mouth." He glanced sharply at her, saw that she did not know what had passed between him and Margaret in the drawing room, and replied by another question. "Shall you be afraid to be left without me, until I can get some of the police? Or had we better send Williams for them now, and they could be here by the time we have done tea? There's no time to be lost. I must be off in a quarter of an hour." Mrs. Thornton left the room. Her servants wondered at her directions, usually so sharply cut and decided, now confused and uncertain. Mr. Thornton remained in the dining room, trying to think of the business he had to do at the police office, and in reality thinking of Margaret. Everything seemed dim and vague behind, besides the touch of her arms round his neck, the soft clinging which made the dark colour come and go in his cheek as he thought of it. The tea would have been very silent, but for Fanny's perpetual description of her own feelings; how she had been alarmed, and then thought they were gone, and felt sick and faint and trembling in every limb. "There, that's enough," said her brother, rising from the table. "The reality was enough for me." He was going to leave the room, when his mother stopped him with her hand upon his arm. "You will come back here, before you go to the Hales," she said, in a low anxious voice. "I know what I know," said Fanny to herself. "Why? Will it be too late to disturb them?" John, come back to me for this one evening. It will be late for Mrs. Hale. But that is not it. To morrow you will come back to night, John." She had seldom pleaded with her son at all; she was too proud for that; but she had never pleaded in vain. "I will return straight here after I have done my business. You will be sure to inquire after them after her." Mrs. Thornton was by no means a talkative companion to Fanny, nor yet a good listener while her son was absent; but on his return, her eyes and ears were so keen to see and to listen to all the details which he could give as to the steps he had taken to secure himself, and those whom he chose to employ, from any repetition of the day's outrages. He clearly saw his object. Punishment and suffering were the natural consequences to those who had taken part in the riot; all that was necessary, in order that property should be protected, and that the will of the proprietor might cut to his end, clean and sharp as a sword. "Mother, you know what I have got to say to Miss Hale, to morrow?" The question came upon her suddenly, during a pause in which she, at least, had forgotten Margaret. She looked up at him. "Yes, I do. You can hardly do otherwise." "Do otherwise? I don't understand you." "I mean that, after allowing her feelings to so overcome her, I consider you bound in honour." "Bound in honour!" said he scornfully. "I am afraid honour has nothing to do with it. Her feelings overcame her. What feelings do you mean?" "Nay, John, there is no need to be angry. Did she not rush down, and cling to you to save you from danger?" "She did," said he. "But, mother," continued he, stopping short in his walk right in front of her, "I dare not hope. I never was faint hearted before, but I cannot believe such a creature cares for me." "Don't be foolish, John. Such a creature! Why, she might be a duke's daughter to hear you speak. And what proof more would you have, I wonder, of her caring for you? I can believe she has had a struggle with her aristocratic way of viewing things; but I like her the better for seeing clearly at last. It is a good deal for me to say," said Mrs. Thornton, smiling slowly, while the tears stood in her eyes. "For after to night, I shall stand second. It was to have you to myself, all to myself, a few hours longer, that I begged you not to go till to morrow." "Dearest mother!" Still love is selfish, and in an instant he reverted to his own hopes and fears in a way that drew the cold creeping shadow over Mrs. Thornton's heart. "But I know she does not care for me. I shall put myself at her feet. I must. If it were but one chance in 1,000, or 1,000,000, I should do it." "Don't fear," said his mother, crushing down her own personal mortification at the little notice he had taken of the rare ebullition of her maternal feelings, the pang of jealousy that betrayed the intensity of her disregarded love. "Don't be afraid," she said coldly. "As far as love may go, she may be worthy of you. It must have taken a good deal to overcome her pride. Don't be afraid, John," said she, kissing him, as she wished him good night. And she went slowly and majestically out of the room. But when she got into her own, she locked the door, and sat down to cry unwonted tears. Margaret entered the room, where her father and mother still sat, holding low conversation together, looking very pale and white. She came close up to them before she could trust herself to speak. "Mrs. Thornton will send the water bed, mamma." "Dear, how tired you look! Is it very hot, Margaret?" "Very hot; and the streets are rather rough with the strike." Margaret's colour came back vivid and bright as ever, but it faded away instantly. "Here has been a message from Bessy Higgins, asking you to go to her," said Mrs. Hale. "But I'm sure you look too tired." "Yes," said Margaret, "I am tired. I cannot go." She was very silent and trembling while she made tea. She was thankful to see her father so much occupied with her mother as not to notice her looks. Even after her mother went to bed, he was not content to be absent from her, but undertook to read her to sleep. Margaret was alone. "Now I will think of it. Now I will remember it all. I could not before. I dared not." She sat still in her chair, her hands clasped on her knees, her lips compressed, her eyes fixed as one who sees a vision. She drew a deep breath. "I, who hate scenes; I, who have despised people for showing emotion, who have thought them wanting in self control; I went down, and must needs throw myself into the mêlée, like a romantic fool. Did I do any good? They would have gone away without me, I dare say." But this was overleaping the rational conclusion, as in an instant her well poised judgment felt. No, perhaps they would not. I did some good. But what possessed me to defend that man as if he were a helpless child? "Ah!" she said, clenching her hands together. "It is no wonder those people thought I was in love with him, after disgracing myself in that way. I in love, and with him too!" Her pale cheeks suddenly became one flame of fire, and she covered her face with her hands. When she took them away, her palms were wet with scalding tears. "Oh, how low I am fallen that they should say that of me! I could not have been so brave for any one else, just because he was so utterly indifferent to me; if, indeed, I do not positively dislike him. It made me the more anxious that there should be fair play on each side; and I could see what fair play was. It was not fair," said she, vehemently, "that he should stand there, sheltered, awaiting the soldiers, who might catch those poor maddened creatures as in a trap, without an effort on his part to bring them to reason. And it was worse than unfair for them to set on him as they threatened. I would do it again, let who will say what they like of me. If I saved one blow, one cruel, angry action that might otherwise have been committed, I did a woman's work. Let them insult my maiden pride as they will. I walk pure before God." She looked up, and a noble peace seemed to descend and calm her face, till it was stiller than chiselled marble. Dixon came in. "If you please, Miss Margaret, here's the water bed from Mrs. Thornton. It's too late for to night, I'm afraid, for missus is nearly asleep; but it will do nicely for to morrow." "Very," said Margaret. "You must send our best thanks." Dixon left the room for a moment. "If you please, Miss Margaret, he says he's to ask particular how you are. I think he must mean missus; but he says his last words were, to ask how Miss Hale was." "Me!" said Margaret, drawing herself up. "I am quite well. Tell him I am perfectly well." But her complexion was as deadly white as her handkerchief, and her head ached intensely. Mr. Hale now came in. He had left his sleeping wife, and wanted, as Margaret saw, to be amused and interested by something that she was to tell him. With sweet patience did she bear her pain, without a word of complaint, and rummaged up numberless small subjects for conversation, all except the riot, and that she never named once. It turned her sick to think of it. "Good night, Margaret. I have every chance of a good night myself; and you are looking very pale with your watching. I shall call Dixon if your mother needs anything. Do you go to bed and sleep like a top, for I'm sure you need it, poor child." "Good night, papa." She let her colour go, the forced smile fade away, the eyes grow dull with heavy pain. She released her strong will from its laborious task. Till morning she might feel ill and weary. She lay down, and never stirred. To move hand or foot, or even so much as one finger, would have been an exertion beyond the powers of either volition or motion. She was so tired, so stunned, that she thought she never slept at all. Her feverish thoughts passed and repassed the boundary between sleeping and waking, and kept their own miserable identity. She could not be alone, prostrate, powerless as she was. A cloud of faces looked up at her, giving her no idea of fierce vivid anger, or of personal danger, but a deep sense of shame that she should thus be the object of universal regard, a sense of shame so acute that it seemed as if she would fain have burrowed into the earth to hide herself, and yet she could not escape out of that unwinking glare of many eyes. CHAPTER XXIV. Mistakes cleared up. Your beauty was the first that won the place, and scaled the walls of my undaunted heart, which, captive now, pines in a caitiff case, unkindly met with rigour for desert, yet not the less your servant shall abide, in spite of rude repulse or silent pride. William Fowler. The next morning, Margaret dragged herself up, thankful that the night was over, unrefreshed, yet rested. All had gone well through the house. Her mother had only wakened once. A little breeze was stirring in the hot air, and though there were no trees to show the playful tossing movement caused by the wind among the leaves, Margaret knew how, somewhere or another, by a wayside, in copses, or in thick green woods, there was a pleasant, murmuring, dancing sound, a rushing and falling noise, the very thought of which was an echo of distant gladness in her heart. She sat at her work in Mrs. Hale's room. As soon as that forenoon slumber was over, she would help her mother to dress after dinner. She would go and see Bessy Higgins. She would banish all recollection of the Thornton family. No need to think of them till they absolutely stood before her in flesh and blood. But, of course, the effort not to think of them brought them only the more strongly before her, and from time to time the hot flush came over her pale face, sweeping it into colour, as a sunbeam from between watery clouds comes swiftly moving over the sea. Dixon opened the door very softly, and stole on tiptoe up to Margaret, sitting by the shaded window. "Mr. Thornton, Miss Margaret. He's in the drawing room." Margaret dropped her sewing. "Did he ask for me? Isn't papa come in?" "He asked for you, miss, and the master is out." "Very well, I will come," said Margaret, quietly. But she lingered strangely. Mr. Thornton stood by one of the windows, with his back to the door, apparently absorbed in watching something in the street. But, in truth, he was afraid of himself. His heart beat thick at the thought of her coming. He could not forget the touch of her arms round his neck, impatiently felt as it had been at the time; but now the recollection of her clinging defence of him seemed to thrill him through and through, to melt away every resolution, all power of self control, as if it were wax before a fire. He dreaded lest he should go forwards to meet her, with his arms held out in mute entreaty that she would come and nestle there, as she had done, all unheeded, the day before, but never unheeded again. His heart throbbed loud and quick. Strong man as he was, he trembled at the anticipation of what he had to say, and how it might be received. She might droop, and flush, and flutter to his arms, as to her natural home and resting place. One moment he glowed with impatience at the thought that she might do this; the next, he feared a passionate rejection, the very idea of which withered up his future with so deadly a blight that he refused to think of it. He was startled by the sense of the presence of some one else in the room. He turned round. She had come in so gently that he had never heard her. The street noises had been more distinct to his inattentive ear than her slow movements in her soft muslin gown. She stood by the table, not offering to sit down. Her eyelids were dropped half over her eyes. Her teeth were shut, not compressed. Her lips were just parted over them, allowing the white line to be seen between their curve. Her slow deep breathings dilated her thin and beautiful nostrils. It was the only motion visible on her countenance. The fine grained skin, the oval cheek, the rich outline of her mouth, its corners deep set in dimples, were all wan and pale to day; the loss of their usual natural healthy colour being made the more evident by the heavy shadow of the dark hair, brought down upon the temples, to hide all signs of the blow she had received. Her head, for all its drooping eyes, was thrown a little back, in the old proud attitude. Her long arms hung motionless by her sides. Altogether she looked like some prisoner, falsely accused of a crime that she loathed and despised, and from which she was too indignant to justify herself. Mr. Thornton made a hasty step or two forwards, recovered himself, and went with quiet firmness to the door, which she had left open, and shut it. Then he came back, and stood opposite to her for a moment, receiving the general impression of her beautiful presence, before he dared to disturb it, perhaps to repel it, by what he had to say. "Miss Hale, I was very ungrateful yesterday." "You had nothing to be grateful for," said she, raising her eyes, and looking full and straight at him. "You mean, I suppose, that you believe you ought to thank me for what I did." In spite of herself, in defiance of her anger, the thick blushes came all over her face, and burnt into her very eyes, which fell not nevertheless from their grave and steady look. "It was only a natural instinct. Any woman would have done just the same. We all feel the sanctity of our sex as a high privilege when we see danger. I ought rather," said she, hastily, "to apologise to you for having said thoughtless words which sent you down into the danger." "It was not your words. It was the truth they conveyed, pungently as it was expressed. But you shall not drive me off upon that, and so escape the expression of my deep gratitude, my" he was on the verge now. He would not speak in the haste of his hot passion. He would weigh each word. He would, and his will was triumphant. He stopped in mid career. "I do not try to escape from anything," said she. "I simply say, that you owe me no gratitude; and I may add, that any expression of it would be painful to me, because I do not feel that I deserve it. Still, if it will relieve you from even a fancied obligation, speak on." "I do not want to be relieved from any obligation," said he, goaded by her calm manner, "fancied or not fancied. I question not myself to know which. I choose to believe that I owe my very life to you. Ay, smile, and think it an exaggeration, if you will. I believe it, because it adds a value to that life to think Oh, Miss Hale," continued he, lowering his voice to such a tender intensity of passion that she shivered and trembled before him, "to think circumstances so wrought, that whenever I exult in existence henceforward, I may say to myself, all this gladness in life, all honest pride in doing my work in the world, all this keen sense of being, I owe to her. And it doubles the gladness, it makes the pride glow, it sharpens the sense of existence, till I hardly know if it is pain or pleasure, to think that I owe it to one Nay, you must, you shall hear," said he, stepping forward with stern determination, "to one whom I love, as I do not believe man ever loved woman before." He held her hand tight in his. He panted as he listened for what should come. He threw the hand away with indignation as he heard her icy tone, for icy it was, though the words came faltering out, as if she knew not where to find them. "Your way of speaking shocks me. It is blasphemous. I cannot help it, if that is my first feeling. It might not be so, I dare say, if I understood the kind of feeling you describe. I do not want to vex you; and besides, we must speak gently, for mamma is asleep. But your whole manner offends me." "How?" exclaimed he. "Offends you? I am indeed most unfortunate." "Yes," said she, with recovered dignity, "I do feel offended, and, I think, justly. You seem to fancy that my conduct of yesterday" again the deep carnation blush, but this time with eyes kindling with indignation rather than shame, "was a personal act between you and me, and that you may come and thank me for it, instead of perceiving as a gentleman would yes, a gentleman," she repeated, in allusion to their former conversation about that word, "that any woman worthy of the name of woman would come forward to shield, with her reverenced helplessness, a man in danger from the violence of numbers."
"And the gentleman thus rescued is forbidden the relief of thanks!" he broke in, contemptuously. "I am a man. I claim the right of expressing my feelings."
"And I yielded to the right, simply saying that you gave me pain by insisting upon it," she replied, proudly. "But you seem to have imagined that I was not merely guided by womanly instinct, but" and here the passionate tears, kept down for long, struggled with vehemently, came into her eyes, and choked her voice "but that I was prompted by some particular feeling for you. You! Why there is not a man, not a poor desperate man in all that crowd, for whom I had not more sympathy, for whom I should not have done what little I could more heartily."
"You may speak on, Miss Hale. I am aware of all these misplaced sympathies of yours. I now believe that it was only your innate sense of oppression yes, I, though a master, may be oppressed that made you act so nobly as you did. I know you despise me. Allow me to say, it is because you do not understand me."
"I do not care to understand," she replied, taking hold of the table to steady herself, for she thought him cruel, as, indeed, he was, and she was weak with her indignation.
"No, I see you do not. You are unfair and unjust."
Margaret compressed her lips. She would not speak in answer to such accusations. But, for all that, for all his savage words, he could have thrown himself at her feet, and kissed the hem of her garment. She did not speak. She did not move. The tears of wounded pride fell hot and fast. He waited awhile, longing for her to say something, even a taunt, to which he might reply. But she was silent. He took up his hat. "One word more. You look as if you thought it tainted you to be loved by me. You cannot avoid it. Nay, I, if I would, cannot cleanse you from it. But I would not, if I could. I have never loved any woman before. My life has been too busy, my thoughts too much absorbed with other things. Now I love, and will love. But do not be afraid of too much expression on my part." "I am not afraid," she replied, lifting herself straight up. "No one yet has ever dared to be impertinent to me, and no one ever shall. But, Mr. Thornton, you have been very kind to my father," said she, changing her whole tone and bearing to a most womanly softness. "Do not let us go on making each other angry. Pray don't." He took no notice of her words. He occupied himself in smoothing the nap of his hat with his coat sleeve, for half a minute or so; and then, rejecting her offered hand, and making as if he did not see her grave look of regret, he turned abruptly away, and left the room. Margaret caught one glance at his face before he went. When he was gone, she thought she had seen the gleam of unshed tears in his eyes, and that turned her proud dislike into something different and kinder, if nearly as painful. self-reproach for having caused such mortification to any one. "But how could I help it?" asked she of herself. "I never liked him. I was civil, but I took no trouble to conceal my indifference. Indeed, I never thought about myself or him, so my manners must have shown the truth. All that yesterday he might mistake, but that is his fault, not mine. I would do it again, if need were, though it does lead me into all this shame and trouble." CHAPTER XXV. Frederick. Revenge may have her own. Roused discipline aloud proclaims their cause, and injured navies urge their broken laws. Byron. Margaret began to wonder whether all offers were as unexpected beforehand, as distressing at the time of their occurrence, as the two she had had. An involuntary comparison between Mr. Lennox and Mr. Thornton arose in her mind. She had been sorry that an expression of any other feeling than friendship had been lured out by circumstances from Henry Lennox. That regret was the predominant feeling, on the first occasion of her receiving a proposal. She had not felt so stunned, so impressed as she did now, when echoes of Mr. Thornton's voice yet lingered about the room. In Lennox's case, he seemed for a moment to have slid over the boundary between friendship and love, and the instant afterwards to regret it nearly as much as she did, although for different reasons. In Mr. Thornton's case, as far as Margaret knew, there was no intervening stage of friendship. Their intercourse had been one continued series of opposition. Their opinions clashed; and indeed she had never perceived that he had cared for her opinions, as belonging to her, the individual. As far as they defied his rock like power of character, his passion's strength, he seemed to throw them off from him with contempt, until she felt the weariness of the exertion of making useless protests. And now, he had come, in this strange wild passionate way, to make known his love. For, although at first it had struck her that his offer was forced and goaded out of him by sharp compassion for the exposure she had made of herself, which he, like others, might misunderstand, yet, even before he left the room, and certainly not 5 minutes after, the clear conviction dawned upon her, shined bright upon her, that he did love her, that he had loved her, that he would love her. And she shrank and shuddered as under the fascination of some great power, repugnant to her whole previous life. She crept away, and hid from his idea; but it was of no use. To parody a line out of Fairfax's Tasso, his strong idea wandered through her thought. She disliked him the more for having mastered her inner will. How dared he say that he would love her still, even though she shook him off with contempt? She wished she had spoken more. Stronger, sharp, decisive speeches came thronging into her mind, now that it was too late to utter them. The deep impression made by the interview was like that of a horror in a dream, that will not leave the room although we waken up, and rub our eyes, and force a stiff rigid smile upon our lips. It is there, cowering and gibbering, with fixed ghastly eyes, in some corner of the chamber, listening to hear whether we dare to breathe of its presence to any one; and we dare not, poor cowards that we are. And so she shuddered away from the threat of his enduring love. What did he mean? Had she not the power to daunt him? She would see. It was more daring than became a man to threaten her so. Did he ground it upon the miserable yesterday? If need were, she would do the same to morrow, by a crippled beggar, willingly and gladly; but by him, she would do it, just as bravely, in spite of his deductions, and the cold slime of women's impertinence. She did it because it was right, and simple, and true, to save where she could save, even try to save. Fais ce que dois, advienne que pourra. Hitherto she had not stirred from where he had left her. No outward circumstances had roused her out of the trance of thought in which she had been plunged by his last words, and by the look of his deep, intent, passionate eyes, as their flames had made her own fall before them. She went to the window, and threw it open, to dispel the oppression which hung around her. Then she went and opened the door, with a sort of impetuous wish to shake off the recollection of the past hour in the company of others, or in active exertion. But all was profoundly hushed in the noonday stillness of a house, where an invalid catches the unrefreshing sleep that is denied to the night hours. Margaret would not be alone. What should she do? Go and see Bessy Higgins, of course, thought she, as the recollection of the message sent the night before flashed into her mind. And away she went. When she got there, she found Bessy lying on the settle, moved close to the fire, though the day was sultry and oppressive. She was laid down quite flat, as if resting languidly after some paroxysm of pain. Margaret felt sure she ought to have the greater freedom of breathing which a more sitting posture would procure, and without a word she raised her up, and so arranged the pillows that Bessy was more at ease, though very languid. "I thought I should na ha' seen you again," said she, at last, looking wistfully into Margaret's face. "I'm afraid you're much worse; but I could not have come yesterday. My mother was so ill for many reasons," said Margaret, colouring. "You'd m'appen to think I went beyond my place in sending Mary for you. But the wrangling and the loud voices had just torn me to pieces; and I thought when father left oh! if I could just hear her voice, reading me some words o' peace and promise, I could die away into the silence and rest o' God, just as a babby is hushed up to sleep by its mother's lullaby." "Shall I read you a chapter now?" "Ay, do. M'appen I shan't listen to the sense, at first. It will seem far away; but when yo come to the words I like, to the comforting texts, it'll seem close in my ear, and going through me as it were." Margaret began. Bessy tossed to and fro. If, by an effort, she attended for one moment, it seemed as though she were convulsed into double restlessness the next. At last she burst out: "Don't go on reading. It's no use. I'm blaspheming all the time in my mind, wi' thinking angrily on what canna be helped. Yo'd hear o' the riot, m'appen, yesterday at Marlborough Mills Thornton's factory, yo' know." "Your father was there, was he?" said Margaret, colouring deep. "Not he. He'd ha' given his right hand if it had never come to pass. It's that that's fretting me. He's fairly knocked down in his mind by it. It's no use telling him; fools will always break out o' bounds. Yo' never saw a man so down hearted as he is." "But why?" asked Margaret. "I don't understand." "Why, yo' see, he's a committee man on this special strike. The Union appointed him, because, though I say it as I shouldn't say it, he's reckoned a deep chap, and true to the backbone; and he and t'other committee men laid down their plans. They were to hold together through thick and thin, what the major part thought, t'others were to think, whether they would or no. And above all there was to be no going again the law of the land. Folk would go with them if they saw them striving and starving with dumb patience; but if there was once any noise o' fighting and struggling, even wi' knobsticks, all was up, as they knew by the experience of many and many a time before. They would try and get speech o' the knobsticks, and coax 'em, and reason wi' 'em, and m'appen warn 'em off; but whatever came, the committee charged all members o' the Union to lie down and die, if need were, without striking a blow. And then they reckoned they were sure o' carrying the public with them. And besides all that, the committee knew they were right in their demand; and they didn't want to have right all mixed up with wrong, till folks can't separate it, no more nor I can the physic powder from the jelly yo' gave me to mix it in. Jelly is the biggest, but powder tastes it all through. Well, I've told you at length about this'n, but I'm tired out. You just think for yourself what it mun be for father to have a' his work undone, and by such a fool as Boucher, who must needs go right again the orders of the Committee, and ruin the strike, just as bad as if he meant to be a Judas. Hey! but father gived it him last night. He went so far as to say, he'd go and tell police where they might find the ringleader o' the riot. He'd give him up to the mill owners to do what they would with him. He'd show the world that the real leaders of the strike were not such as Boucher, but steady, thoughtful men, good hands and good citizens, who were friendly to law and judgment, and would uphold order, who only wanted their right wage, and wouldn't work even though they starved, till they got 'em, but who would ne'er injure property or life. For," dropping her voice, "they do say that Boucher threw a stone at Thornton's sister, that Willie killed her." "That's not true," said Margaret. "It was not Boucher that threw the stone." She went first red, then white. "Yo'd be there then, were yo'?" asked Bessy languidly, for indeed she had spoken with many pauses, as if speech was unusually difficult to her. "Yes. Never mind. Go on. Only it was not Boucher that threw the stone. But what did he answer your father?" "He didna speak words. He were all in such a tremble wi' spent passion. I couldna bear to look at him. I heard his breath coming quick, and at one time I thought he were sobbing; but when father said he'd give him up to the police, he gave a great cry, and struck father on the face with his closed fist, and be off like lightning. Father were stunned wi' the blow at first, for all Boucher were weak with passion and with clemming. He sat down a bit, and put his hand afore his eyes, and then made for the door. I dunno where I got strength, but I threw myself off the settle and clung to him. 'Father, father,' said I, 'thou'll never go peach on that poor clemmed man. I'll never leave go on thee till thou sayest thou wunnot.' 'Dunnot be a fool,' says he. 'Words come readier than deeds to most men. I never thought o' telling the police on him, though by God, he deserved it, and I shouldna ha' minded if some one else had done the dirty work, and got him clapped up. But now he has strucken me, I could do it less nor ever, for it would be getting other men to take up my quarrel. But if he ever gets well o'er this clemming, and is in good condition, he and I'll have an up and down fight, purring and a', and I'll see what I can do for him.' And so father shook me off, for indeed I was low and faint enough, and his face was all clay white, where it weren't bloody, and turned me sick to look at. And I know not if I slept or waked, or were in a dead swoon, till Mary came in, and I telled her to fetch yo' to me. And now dunna talk to me, but just read out the chapter. I'm easier in my mind for having spit it out, but I want some thoughts of the world that's far away, to take the weary taste of it out of my mouth. Read me, not a sermon chapter, but a story chapter. They've got pictures in them, which I see when my eyes are shut. Read about the new heavens and the new earth, and m'appen I'll forget this." Margaret read in her soft low voice. Though Bessy's eyes were shut, she listened for some time, for the moisture of tears gathered heavy on her eyelashes. At last she slept, with many starts and muttered pleadings. Margaret covered her up and left her, for she had an uneasy consciousness that she might be wanted at home, and yet, until now, it seemed cruel to leave the dying girl. Mrs. Hale was in the drawing room on her daughter's return. It was one of her better days, and she was full of praises of the water bed. It had been more like the beds at St. John Beresford's than anything she had slept on since. She did not know how it was, but people seemed to have lost the art of making the same kind of beds as they used to do in her youth. One would think it was easy enough. There was the same kind of feathers to be had, yet somehow, till this last night she did not know when she had had a good sound resting sleep. Mr. Hale suggested that something of the merits of the feather beds of former days might be attributed to the activity of youth, which gave relish to rest. But this idea was not kindly received by his wife. "No, indeed, Mr. Hale, it was those beds at Sir John's. Now, Margaret, you're young enough, and go about in the day. Are the beds comfortable? I appeal to you. Do they give you a feeling of perfect repose when you lie down upon them? Or rather, don't you toss about, and try in vain to find an easy position, and waken in the morning as tired as when you went to bed?" Margaret laughed. "To tell the truth, mamma, I've never thought about my bed at all, what kind it is. I'm so sleepy at night, that if I only lie down anywhere, I nap off directly. So I don't think I'm a competent witness. But then, you know, I never have had the opportunity of trying Sir John Beresford's beds. I was never at Oxenham." "Were not you? Oh, no, to be sure. It was poor darling Fred I took with me, I remember. I only went to Oxenham once after I was married, to your Aunt Shaw's wedding, and poor little Fred was the baby then. And I know Dixon did not like changing from lady's maid to nurse, and I was afraid that if I took her near her old home, and amongst her own people, she might want to leave me. But poor baby was taken ill at Oxenham, with his teething, and, what with my being a great deal with Anna just before her marriage, and not being very strong myself, Dixon had more of the charge of him than she ever had before, and it made her so fond of him, and she was so proud when he would turn away from every one and cling to her, that I don't believe she ever thought of leaving me again, though it was very different from what she'd been accustomed to. Poor Fred! Everybody loved him. He was born with the gift of winning hearts. It makes me think very badly of Captain Reid, when I know that he disliked my own dear boy. I think it a certain proof that he had a bad heart. Your poor father, Margaret, he has left the room. He can't bear to hear Fred spoken of." "I love to hear about him, mamma. Tell me all you like. You can never tell me too much. Tell me what he was like as a baby." "Why, Margaret, you must not be hurt, but he was much prettier than you were. I remember, when I first saw you in Dixon's arms, I said, 'Dear, what an ugly little thing!' And she said, 'It's not every child that's like Master Fred, bless him.' Dear, how well I remember it. Then I could have had Fred in my arms every minute of the day, and his cot was close by my bed. And now, Margaret, I don't know where my boy is, and sometimes I think I shall never see him again." Margaret sat down by her mother's sofa on a little stool, and softly took hold of her hand, caressing it and kissing it, as if to comfort. Mrs. Hale cried without restraint. At last, she sat straight, stiff up on the sofa, and turned round to her daughter. She said with tearful, almost solemn earnestness, "Margaret, if I can get better, if God lets me have a chance of recovery, it must be through seeing my son Frederick once more. It will waken up all the poor springs of health left in me." She paused, and seemed to try and gather strength for something more yet to be said. Her voice was choked as she went on, was quavering as with the contemplation of some strange, yet closely present idea. "And, Margaret, if I am to die, if I am one of those appointed to die before many weeks are over, I must see my child first. I cannot think how it must be managed. But I charge you, Margaret, as you yourself hope for comfort in your last illness, to bring him to me that I may bless him. Only for 5 minutes, Margaret. There could be no danger in 5 minutes. Oh, Margaret, let me see him before I die." Margaret did not think of anything that might be utterly unreasonable in this speech. We do not look for reason or logic in the passionate entreaties of those who are sick unto death. We are stung with the recollection of 1,000 slighted opportunities of fulfilling the wishes of those who will soon pass away from among us; and do they ask us for the future happiness of our lives, we lay it at their feet, and will it away from us. But this wish of Mrs. Hale's was so natural, so just, so right to both parties, that Margaret felt as if, on Frederick's account as well as on her mother's, she ought to overlook all intermediate chances of danger, and pledge herself to do everything in her power for its realization. The large, pleading, dilated eyes were fixed upon her wistfully, steady in their gaze, though the poor white lips quivered like those of a child. Margaret gently rose up and stood opposite to her frail mother, so that she might gather the secure fulfilment of her wish from the calm steadiness of her daughter's face. "Mamma, I will write to night, and tell Frederick what you say. I am as sure that he will come directly to us, as I am sure of my life. Be easy, mamma. You shall see him as far as anything earthly can be promised." "You will write to night? Oh, Margaret, the post goes out at 5. You will write by it, won't you? I have so few hours left. I feel, dear, as if I should not recover, though sometimes your father over persuades me into hoping. You will write directly, won't you? Don't lose a single post, for just by that very post I may miss him." "But, mamma, papa is out." "Papa is out! And what then? Do you mean that he would deny me this last wish, Margaret? Why, I should not be ill, be dying, if he had not taken me away from Helstone, to this unhealthy, smoky, sunless place." "Oh, mamma!" said Margaret. "Yes, it is so, indeed. He knows it himself. He has said so many a time. He would do anything for me. You don't mean he would refuse me this last wish, prayer, if you will. And, indeed, Margaret, the longing to see Frederick stands between me and God. I cannot pray till I have this one thing. Indeed, I cannot. Don't lose time, dear, dear Margaret. Write by this very next post. Then he may be here in 22 days, for he is sure to come. No cords or chains can keep him. In 22 days I shall see my boy." She fell back, and for a short time she took no notice of the fact that Margaret sat motionless, her hand shading her eyes. "You are not writing," said her mother at last. "Bring me some pens and paper. I will try and write myself." She sat up, trembling all over with feverish eagerness. Margaret took her hand down, and looked at her mother sadly. "Only wait till papa comes in. Let us ask him how best to do it." "You promised, Margaret, not a quarter of an hour ago. You said he should come." "And so he shall, mamma. Don't cry, my own dear mother. I'll write here. Now, you shall see me write, and it shall go by this very post. And if papa thinks fit, he can write again when he comes in. It's only a day's delay. Oh, mamma, don't cry so pitifully. It cuts me to the heart." Mrs. Hale could not stop her tears. They came hysterically, and, in truth, she made no effort to control them, but rather called up all the pictures of the happy past and the probable future, painting the scene when she should lie a corpse, with the son she had longed to see in life weeping over her, and she unconscious of his presence, till she was melted by self-pity into a state of sobbing and exhaustion that made Margaret's heart ache. But at last she was calm, and greedily watched her daughter, as she began her letter, wrote it with swift urgent entreaty, sealed it up hurriedly, for fear her mother should ask to see it, and then, to make security most sure, at Mrs. Hale's own bidding, took it herself to the post office. She was coming home when her father overtook her. "And where have you been, my pretty maid?" asked he. "To the post office with a letter to Frederick. Oh, papa, perhaps I have done wrong, but mamma was seized with such a passionate yearning to see him. She said it would make her well again, and then she said that she must see him before she died. I cannot tell you how urgent she was. Did I do wrong?" Mr. Hale did not reply at first. Then he said,
"You should have waited till I came in, Margaret."
I tried to persuade her, and then she was silent.
"I don't know," said Mr. Hale, after a pause. "She ought to see him if she wishes it so much, for I believe it would do her much more good than all the doctor's medicine, and, perhaps, set her up altogether. But the danger to him, I'm afraid, is very great."
"All these years since the mutiny, papa?"
"Yes. It is necessary, of course, for the government to take very stringent measures for the repression of offences against authority, more particularly in the navy, where a commanding officer needs to be surrounded in his men's eyes with a vivid consciousness of all the power there is at home to back him, and take up his cause, and avenge any injuries offered to him, if need be. Ah, it's no matter to them how far their authorities have tyrannized, galled hasty tempers to madness, or, if that can be any excuse afterwards, it is never allowed for in the first instance. They spare no expense. They send out ships. They scour the seas to lay hold of the offenders. The lapse of years does not wash out the memory of the offence. It is a fresh and vivid crime on the Admiralty's books until it is blotted out by blood."
"Oh, papa, what have I done? And yet it seemed so right at the time. I'm sure Frederick himself would run the risk."
"So he would. So he should. Nay, Margaret, I'm glad it is done, though I durst not have done it myself. I'm thankful it is as it is. I should have hesitated till, perhaps, it might have been too late to do any good. Dear Margaret, you have done what is right about it, and the end is beyond our control."
It was all very well, but her father's account of the relentless manner in which mutinies were punished made Margaret shiver and creep. If she had decoyed her brother home to blot out the memory of his error by his blood! She saw her father's anxiety lay deeper than the source of his later cheering words. She took his arm and walked home pensively and wearily by his side. CHAPTER XXVI. Mother and Son. "I have found that holy place of rest still changeless." Mrs. Hemans. When Mr. Thornton had left the house that morning he was almost blinded by his baffled passion. He was as dizzy as if Margaret, instead of looking, and speaking, and moving like a tender graceful woman, had been a sturdy fishwife, and given him a sound blow with her fists. He had positive bodily pain, a violent headache, and a throbbing intermittent pulse. He could not bear the noise, the garish light, the continued rumble and movement of the street. He called himself a fool for suffering so, and yet he could not, at the moment, recollect the cause of his suffering, and whether it was adequate to the consequences it had produced. It would have been a relief to him if he could have sat down and cried on a doorstep by a little child, who was raging and storming, through his passionate tears, at some injury he had received. He said to himself that he hated Margaret, but a wild, sharp sensation of love cleft his dull, thunderous feeling like lightning, even as he shaped the words expressive of hatred. His greatest comfort was in hugging his torment, and in feeling, as he had indeed said to her, that though she might despise him, contemn him, treat him with her proud sovereign indifference, he did not change one whit. She could not make him change. He loved her, and would love her, and defy her and all this miserable bodily pain. He stood still for a moment to make this resolution firm and clear. There was an omnibus passing, going into the country. The conductor thought he was wishing for a place, and stopped near the pavement. It was too much trouble to apologise and explain, so he mounted upon it, and was borne away; past long rows of houses, then past detached villas with trim gardens, till they came to real country hedgerows, and, by, to a small country town. Then everybody got down, and so did Mr. Thornton; and because they walked away, he did so too. He went into the fields, walking briskly, because the sharp motion relieved his mind. He could remember all about it now, the pitiful figure he must have cut, the absurd way in which he had gone and done the very thing he had so often agreed with himself in thinking would be the most foolish thing in the world, and had met with exactly the consequences which, in these wise moods, he had always foretold were certain to follow, if he ever did make such a fool of himself. Was he bewitched by those beautiful eyes, that soft, half open, sighing mouth which lay so close upon his shoulder only yesterday? He could not even shake off the recollection that she had been there, that her arms had been round him, once, if never again. He only caught glimpses of her; he did not understand her altogether. At one time she was so brave, and at another so timid; now so tender, and then so haughty and regal proud. And then he thought over every time he had ever seen her once again, by way of finally forgetting her. He saw her in every dress, in every mood, and did not know which became her best. Even this morning, how magnificent she had looked, her eyes flashing out upon him at the idea that, because she had shared his danger yesterday, she had cared for him the least. If Mr. Thornton was a fool in the morning, as he assured himself at least 20 times he was, he did not grow much wiser in the afternoon. All that he gained in return for his sixpenny omnibus ride was a more vivid conviction that there never was, never could be, any one like Margaret; that she did not love him and never would; but that she, no, nor the whole world, should never hinder him from loving her. And so he returned to the little market place, and remounted the omnibus to return to Milton. It was late in the afternoon when he was set down, near his warehouse. The accustomed places brought back the accustomed habits and trains of thought. He knew how much he had to do, more than his usual work, owing to the commotion of the day before. He had to see his brother magistrates; he had to complete the arrangements, only half made in the morning, for the comfort and safety of his newly imported Irish hands. He had to secure them from all chance of communication with the discontented workpeople of Milton. Last of all, he had to go home and encounter his mother. Mrs. Thornton had sat in the dining room all day, every moment expecting the news of her son's acceptance by Miss Hale. She had braced herself up many and many a time, at some sudden noise in the house; had caught up the half dropped work, and begun to ply her needle diligently, though through dimmed spectacles, and with an unsteady hand; and many times the door opened, and some indifferent person entered on some insignificant errand. Then her rigid face unstiffened from its grey frost bound expression, and the features dropped into the relaxed look of despondency, so unusual to their sternness. She wrenched herself away from the contemplation of all the dreary changes that would be brought about to herself by her son's marriage. She forced her thoughts into the accustomed household grooves. The newly married couple to be would need fresh household stocks of linen, and Mrs. Thornton had clothes basket upon clothes basket, full of tablecloths and napkins, brought in, and began to reckon up the store. There was some confusion between what was hers, and consequently marked G.H.T. for George and Hannah Thornton, and what was her son's, bought with his money, marked with his initials. Some of those marked G.H.T. were Dutch damask of the old kind, exquisitely fine; none were like them now. Mrs. Thornton stood looking at them long. They had been her pride when she was first married. Then she knit her brows, and pinched and compressed her lips tight, and carefully unpicked the G.H. She went so far as to search for the turkey red marking thread to put in the new initials, but it was all used, and she had no heart to send for any more just yet. So she looked fixedly at vacancy, a series of visions passing before her, in all of which her son was the principal, the sole object. Her son, her pride, her property. Still he did not come. Doubtless he was with Miss Hale. The new love was displacing her already from her place as first in his heart. A terrible pain, a pang of vain jealousy, shot through her. She hardly knew whether it was more physical or mental, but it forced her to sit down. In a moment she was up again as straight as ever, a grim smile upon her face for the first time that day, ready for the door opening, and the rejoicing triumphant one who should never know the sore regret his mother felt at his marriage. In all this, there was little thought enough of the future daughter in law as an individual. She was to be John's wife. To take Mrs. Thornton's place as mistress of the house, was only one of the rich consequences which decked out the supreme glory. All household plenty and comfort, all purple and fine linen, honour, love, obedience, troops of friends, would all come as naturally as jewels on a king's robe, and be as little thought of for their separate value. To be chosen by John, would separate a kitchen wench from the rest of the world. And Miss Hale was not so bad. If she had been a Milton lass, Mrs. Thornton would have positively liked her. She was pungent, and had taste, and spirit, and flavour in her. True, she was sadly prejudiced, and very ignorant, but that was to be expected from her southern breeding. A strange sort of mortified comparison of Fanny with her went on in Mrs. Thornton's mind, and for once she spoke harshly to her daughter, abused her roundly, and then, as if by way of penance, she took up Henry's Commentaries, and tried to fix her attention on it, instead of pursuing the employment she took pride and pleasure in, and continuing her inspection of the table linen. His step at last. She heard him, even while she thought she was finishing a sentence, while her eye did not pass over it, and her memory could have mechanically repeated it word for word. She heard him come in at the hall door. Her quickened sense could interpret every sound of motion. Now he was at the hat stand, now at the very room door. Why did he pause? Let her know the worst. Yet her head was down over the book. She did not look up. He came close to the table, and stood still there, waiting till she should have finished the paragraph which apparently absorbed her. By an effort she looked up. "Well, John?" He knew what that little speech meant, but he had steeled himself. He longed to reply with a jest; the bitterness of his heart could have uttered one; but his mother deserved better of him. He came round behind her, so that she could not see his looks, and, bending back her grey, stony face, he kissed it, murmuring, "No one loves me, no one cares for me, but you, mother." He turned away, and stood leaning his head against the mantelpiece, tears forcing themselves into his manly eyes. She stood up. She tottered. For the first time in her life, the strong woman tottered. She put her hands on his shoulders. She was a tall woman. She looked into his face. She made him look at her. Mother's love is given by God, John. It holds fast for ever and ever. A girl's love is like a puff of smoke. It changes with every wind. And she would not have you, my own lad, would not she?" She set her teeth. She showed them like a dog for the whole length of her mouth. He shook his head. "I am not fit for her, mother. I knew I was not." She ground out words between closed teeth. He could not hear what she said, but the look in her eyes interpreted it to be a curse. If not as coarsely worded, it fell as intent as ever was uttered. And yet her heart leapt up light to know he was her own again. "Mother," said he, hurriedly, "I cannot hear a word against her. Spare me, spare me. I am very weak in my sore heart. I love her yet. I love her more than ever." "And I hate her," said Mrs. Thornton, in a low fierce voice. "I tried not to hate her, when she stood between you and me, because, I said to myself, she will make him happy, and I would give my heart's blood to do that. But now, I hate her for your misery's sake. Yes, John, it is no use hiding up your aching heart from me. I am the mother that bore you, and your sorrow is my agony; and if you do not hate her, I do." "Then, mother, you make me love her more. She is unjustly treated by you, and I must make the balance even. But why do we talk of love or hatred? She does not care for me, and that is enough too much. Let us never name the subject again. It is the only thing you can do for me in the matter. Let us never name her." "With all my heart. I only wish that she, and all belonging to her, were swept back to the place they came from." He stood still, gazing into the fire for a minute or two longer. Her dry dim eyes filled with unwonted tears as she looked at him; but she seemed just as grim and quiet as usual when he next spoke. "Warrants are out against 3 men for the conspiracy, mother. The riot yesterday helped to knock up the strike." And Margaret's name was no more mentioned between Mrs. Thornton and her son. They fell back into their usual mode of talk, about facts, not opinions, far less feelings. Their voices and tones were calm and cold. A stranger might have gone away and thought that he had never seen such frigid indifference of demeanour between such near relations.